Hello everybody, Snowflake here, and welcome to another episode of no longer the newest version of the Elder Scrolls game. We're playing Skyrim. For those who don't know, of course, Elder Scrolls fans will probably be very aware of this by now. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, which I not long ago finished playing, has been remastered, and my brother's next door playing it right now. I've had a look at it myself through his eyes, and it looks good. Graphically, much better. They tweaked a lot of the mechanics of the game as well, which is interesting. And I probably will end up playing it at some point. The question you guys might have is, am I going to do it on my channel? We have just finished playing Oblivion. I say just. It was like a few weeks ago, but that's still pretty recent. And I'm not sure yet. I'd say maybe, but I definitely won't play it, or I won't upload it until after I finish Skyrim. Like, it's a long way away. We've barely started it. I mean, we're quite a way through the main quest, but there's so many things to do in Skyrim. Like, it's going to take a long time to completely finish it. So. So maybe after Skyrim, but by the time the hype's died out and no one cares about it anymore, I'm good. I might play it, just for fun, but we'll see how it goes. In the last episode of Skyrim, however, we read the Elder Scroll at the Throat of the World, and we went back in time, or we saw a vision of the past, where these Nord heroes used their created Dragonrend shout to defeat and send Alduin to the future. And then we learnt the shout through them. And Alduin, in the present day, came to try and beat us up for trying to kill him. He wasn't too pleased with that, but we managed to beat him using the Dragonrend shout we learned. So, good stuff there. But now... Well, after speaking to Parthenax, he said, was it Parthenax told us, right? That we need to try and capture one of his dragon allies to figure out where he's gone so we can beat Alduin once and for all. So, after I defeated Alduin on the top of the Throat of the World, he fled from me. One of his dragon allies may be able to tell me where he's gone. I've learned that Dragon's Reach, the Jarl's palace in Whiterun, was once used to imprison a dragon. I need to persuade the Jarl of Whiterun to help me trap a dragon in Dragon's Reach. I mean, that was the purpose of it, I believe. How are we doing with items? Yeah, good.
What do you need?
Oh, I pressed E on Lydia. I didn't realize...
Anything else?
I didn't realize there was like a quick command.
I'm a blade now. I can hardly believe it. By my honor, I pledge to rid Tamriel of dragons.
Okay, so Lydia's a blade. She's very happy about it. Alright, we need to go to Whiterun and talk to our old friend Jarl Balgruuf. Because he's our best friend. He'll do anything we ask. We've done a lot for him already. I mean, Lydia is my housecarl because I became the Thane of Whiterun. Let's bounce over to Dragon's Reach. Excuse me. Alright, Balgruuf. What's going on, buddy? What's happening in Whiterun? We've been fighting off dragons, going through tombs, sneaking into Falmer parties. Has he been doing anything interesting? Who knows? Irileth? Okay, you don't have.
I've got my eyes on you.
Why don't you like me, Irileth? I killed a dragon for you. Yeah, all the stuff I dumped here in the past is still here. Dragon's Reach Dungeon, that's not it. Sup, Milky?
Another wanderer, here to
Yeah.
lick my father's boots. Good job.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward.
How much money do I have? Did I drop my gold? Oh no, this is just his stuff. No, this is my stuff.
Ah,
Oops.
splendid. Our fine city has a proud history, and I'm happy to share what I know.
Alright, well I'm gonna reload my save then. Because that's quicker than fast traveling back. I need to be careful with where I leave my gold. I'm still in the Oblivion mindset where wait, hold on. Yeah, this is a chest. No, yeah, I have it with me. Do I? I do. Okay. I think I am just losing my mind. What do you guys think? Alright, well, let's go back into Dragon's Reach then. So we don't have enough money to buy a house.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, very busy. Perhaps I can assist you.
Probably not. Dragon's Reach Jarl quarters. Am I allowed to go in here? I don't know. We're about to find out. We haven't been here before. I'm guessing it would be bad for us to unlock all of this stuff. Oh yeah, okay, we're totally cool. Maybe we're allowed to unlock this stuff. Yep, we can just grab this Whiterun God's armor and shield. How good is it compared to what we've got? Oh yeah, nowhere near as good. Dark Seducers have you guys beat. Ooh, Master. 23 lockpicks. Tricky. Can't even find the... Oh, okay. Ah, not too bad. We're not allowed to take this elven sword. Alright, lockpicking is going up in a major way. Just take the plates and the goblets. What we really care about is boosting our skills here. Steel dagger, banded iron shield, goblet, pot, goblet. Fine boots and hat. Mind if I do? Yeah, we could just grab all of y'all's stuff. He does not care. Even expensive potions. We'll take his drum. There goes his music career. Healing potion. Cheese wheel, couple of books. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How do you... How do you open this shit? How do you open Steam? Shift tab, yeah. Why is that not working? Am I in like offline mode or something? That's annoying. Okay, let's do a save. Gonna have to check this out. To Steam settings. I mean, it should work. I don't know if we read these books before. Oh, there we go. Great, okay. So we got Songs of Return, Volume 19. So now I've got like a whole list here. Which is pretty cool. Now we have read this one, so we'll grab that. We've got the Madmen of the Reach. I'm pretty sure we haven't read this, so let's do it. The Madmen of the Reach, a cultural treatise on the Forsworn, by Arianus Arius, Imperial Scholar. Alright, so we fought a bit of the Forsworn. We don't really know much about them or who they are, and why they're so mean. Since the legendary victory of Tiber Septim over the barbarian natives in the Battle of Old Hroldan, Imperial and Nord scholarship has cast the people of the Reach as little more than savages, prone to irrational fits of violence, worshipping old heretical gods, and fetishizing beasts and nature spirits that any civilized person would best well avoid. In truth, these accounts are little more than victors' essays, a perspective narrowed by the Empire's constant strife with the ancient proud people that lived in this land far before Tiber Septim walked the soil of Tamriel. In light of this, I hope to create a more complete, accurate, and fair assessment of a group that has long suffered under the role of enemy, troublemakers, and them. Let us begin with the Forsworn, the so-called Madmen of the Reach. The Imperial Legion classifies them as little more than brigands, noting their constant raids and ambushes within the hold, but none of their military reports ask the question of why. If they were merely a group of bandits, surely they would be focused on acquiring gold and minimizing deaths among their own. But the opposite is true in Forsworn attacks. Large sums of coin are often left behind, and their fighters easily throw away their lives rather than risk capture by Imperial soldiers. It is this incongruity that led me to Markarth, the capital city of the Reach, in search of answers. So the Reach is like that sort of western region of Skyrim. We haven't been to Markarth yet, but don't worry, we'll get there. We've been sort of on the path towards Markarth, which was the Reach area, which is where we fought all those Forsworn earlier when we were, I think, Skyhaven Temple. We were on our way there. There I met one of the native peoples, an old woman who preferred to not be named in my writings. She told me of her family's long history, how she believes they originally came from High Rock, home of the Bretons, which would explain the similar faces and stature of the two peoples. How the Nords came and took their lands, their gods, and their culture from them. When asked about the Forsworn, the old woman would say that they are the real men and women of the Reach, those that refused to give in to the Nords, those that still practiced the ancient traditions that the rest of their people had abandoned in exchange for peace. In time, I was able to create trust with many more natives in my search that corroborated the old woman's story. By chance, one of them arranged a meeting between myself and what I thought was an elder member of his village. I was shocked to find that I was led to a camp filled with the animal skulls, severed heads, and still beating hearts that I had read about from the military reports back in the Imperial City. There I met Whiterun, the Forsworn, who seemed amused at the prospect of me writing down his story, which I quote in full below. You want to know who the Forsworn are? We are the people who must pillage our own land, burn our own ground. We are the scourge of the Nords, the axe that falls in the dark, the scream before the gods claim your soul. We are the true sons and daughters of the Reach. The spirits and hags have lived here from the beginning, and they are on our side. Go back and tell your empire that we will have our own kingdom again. And on that day we will be the ones burying your dead in a land that is no longer yours. Alright, pretty short one there. Oh, I didn't see there was a book up here. Culture of Stones. Yep, and that one. Sort of useful. Don't know why I never thought of doing something like this for Oblivion. Madness of Pelagius. You have not read. Okay. Madness of Pelagius by Cephenes. The man who would be Emperor of all Tamriel was born Foris Pelagius Septim, the prince of a royal family of Wayrest in 3rd era 119 at the end of the glorious reign of his uncle Antiochus I. Was it Potema who made him go insane? Trying to connect all of the stories we've read so far. Wayrest had been showered by much preference during the years before Pelagius' birth. For King Magnus was Antiochus' favourite brother. Yeah, I think this is Potema era, isn't it? It is hard to say when Pelagius' madness first manifested itself, for in truth the first 10 years of his life were marked by much insanity in the land itself. When Pelagius was just over a year old, Antiochus died, and a daughter, Kintira, assumed the throne to the acclaim of all. Kintira II was Pelagius' cousin, and an accomplished mystic and sorceress. If she had sufficient means to peer into the future, she would have surely fled the palace. The story of the War of the Red Diamond has been told in many other scholarly journals, but as most historians agree, Kintira II's reign was usurped by her and Pelagius' cousin Uriel by the power of his mother Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. The year after her coronation, Kintira was trapped in Glenpoint and imprisoned in the imperial dungeons there. All of Tamriel exploded into warfare as Prince Uriel took the throne as Uriel III, and High Rock, because of the imprisoned Empress's presence there, was the location of some of the bloodiest battles. Pelagius' father, King Magnus, allied himself with his brother Sepphoris against the usurper Emperor, and brought the wrath of Uriel III and Queen Potema down on Wayrest. Pelagius, his brothers and sisters, and his mother Ufela fled to the Isle of Balfiera. Ufela was of the line of Direni, and her family manse is still located on that ancient isle even to this day. There is thankfully much written record of Pelagius' childhood in Balfiera, recorded by nurses and visitors. All who met him described him as a handsome, personable boy interested in sport, magic, and music. Even assuming diplomats' lack of candour, Pelagius seemed, if anything, a blessing to the future of the Septim dynasty. When Pelagius was 8, Sepphoris slew Uriel III at the Battle of Ichidag and proclaimed himself Emperor Sepphoris I. For the next 10 years of his reign, Sepphoris battled Potema. Pelagius' first battle was the Siege of Solitude, which ended with Potema's death and the final end of the war. In gratitude, Sepphoris placed Pelagius on the throne of Solitude. As King of Solitude, Pelagius' eccentricities of behaviour began to be noticeable. As a favourite nephew of the Emperor, few diplomats of Solitude made critical commentary about Pelagius. For the first 2 years of his reign, Pelagius was at the very least noted for his alarming shifts in weight. 4 months after taking the throne, a diplomat from Ebonheart called Pelagius A hale and hearty soul with a heart so big it widens his waist. 5 months after that, a visiting Princess of Firsthold wrote to her brother that the king's gripped my hand and it felt like I was being clutched by a skeleton. Pelagius is greatly emaciated indeed. Severus never married and died childless 3 years after the Siege of Solitude. As the only surviving sibling, Pelagius' father Magnus left the throne of Wayrest and took residence at the imperial city as the Emperor Magnus I. Magnus was elderly and Pelagius was his oldest living child, so the attention of Tamriel focused on Sentinel. By this time, Pelagius' eccentricities were becoming infamous. There are many legends about his acts as King of Sentinel, but few well-documented cases exist. Sentinel is a city in Hammerfell, I believe. I think it's the capital. It is known that Hammerfell being the home of the Red Guards. It is known that Pelagius locked the young princes and princesses of Sylvanar in his room with him, only releasing them when an unsigned declaration of war was slipped under the door. When he tore off his clothes during a speech he was giving at a local festival, his advisors apparently decided to watch him more carefully. Makes sense. On the orders of Magnus, Pelagius was married to the beautiful heiress of an ancient dark elf noble family, Kataraya Ra'afim. Nordic kings who marry dark elves seldom improve their popularity. There are 2 reasons most scholars give for the union. Magnus was trying to cement relations with Ebonheart, where the Ra'afim clan hailed. Ebonheart's neighbour Mournhold had been a historical ally of the Empire since the very beginning, and a royal consort of Queen Baranzaya had won many battles in the War of the Red Diamond. Ebonheart had a poorly kept secret of aiding Uriel III and Potema. The other reason for the marriage was more personal. Kataraya was as shrewd a diplomat as she was beautiful. If any creature was capable of hiding Pelagius' madness, it was she. On the 8th of 2nd Seed, 3rd Era 145, Magnus I died quietly in his sleep. Gelete, Pelagius' sister, took over the throne in solitude, and Pelagius and Kataraya rode to the imperial city to be crowned Emperor and Empress of Tamriel. It is said that Pelagius fainted when the crown was placed on his head, but Kataraya held him up so only those closest to the throne could see what had happened. Like so many Pelagius stories, this cannot be verified. Pelagius III never truly ruled Tamriel. Kataraya and the Elder Council made all the decisions and only tried to keep Pelagius from embarrassing all. Still, stories of Pelagius III's reign exist. It was said that when the Argonian ambassador from Blackrose came to court, Pelagius insisted on speaking in all grunts and squeaks, as that was Sharkonian's natural language. It is known that Pelagius was obsessed with cleanliness, and many guests reported waking to the noise of an early morning scrub-down of the imperial palace. The legend of Pelagius, while inspecting the servants' work, suddenly defecating on the floor to give them something to do, is probably apocryphal. When Pelagius began actually biting and attacking visitors to the imperial palace, it was decided to send him to a private asylum. Kataraya was proclaimed regent 2 years after Pelagius took the throne. For the next 6 years, the emperor stayed in a series of institutions and asylums. Traitors to the empire had many lies to spread about this period. Whispered stories of hideous experiments and tortures performed on Pelagius have almost become accepted as fact. The noble lady Kataraya became pregnant shortly after the emperor was sent away. Rumours of infidelity and even more absurd conspiracies to keep the sane emperor locked away ran amok. As Kataraya proved, her pregnancy came about after a visit to her husband's cell. With no other evidence as loyal subjects, we are bound to accept the Empress's word on the matter. Her second child, who would reign for many years as Uriel IV, was the child of her union with her consort Lariat, and publicly acknowledged as such. Isn't the fact that future emperors were also dragonborn and could wear the Amulet of Kings proof that it was like a legitimate kid? Could be very wrong there, but yeah. On a warm night in Sun's Dawn in his 34th year, Pelagius III died after a brief fever in his cell at the Temple of Kinnereth in the Isle of Bethany. Kataraya I reigned for another 46 years before passing the sceptre on to the only child she had with Pelagius, Cassinda. Pelagius' wild behaviour has made him perversely dear to the province of his birth and death. The 2nd of Sun's Dawn, which may or may not be the anniversary of his death, records are not very clear, is celebrated as Mad Pelagius, the time when foolishness of all sorts is encouraged, and so one of the least desirable emperors in the history of the Septim dynasty has become one of the most famous ones. Alright, cool read. And we read that all while flying up in the air. Pension of the Ancestor Moth. We have not read. And yeah, this is kind of appropriate because the Ancestor Moths are the like sort of guild in Oblivion. Well, they're not just in Oblivion, but in Cyrodiil that study the Elder Scrolls for a living, so it's appropriate. Pension of the Ancestor Moth. To be read by all novitiates of the temple. The order of the Ancestor Moth is as ancient as it is noble. We nurture and celebrate our beloved ancestors, whose spirits are manifest to the Ancestor Moths. Each moth carries the Whiterun of an ancestor spirit. Loosely translated as the will to peace, the Whiterun can be sung into the silk produced by the Ancestor Moths. When the silk is in turn spun into cloth and embroidered with the genealogy of the correct ancestor, clothing of wondrous power can be made. Adepts of our order are gifted with prescient powers. The wisdom of the ancestors can sing the future into the present. For this reason our order and our order alone has been given the privilege to interpret the Elder Scrolls. Well, I'm no Ancestor Moth, but I could read an Elder Scroll. These writings exceed even the gods, both Aedra and Daedra. Such insight into the inner fabric of reality comes at a price. Each reading of the Elder Scrolls is more profound than the last. Each leaves a priest blind for longer and longer periods of time. Finally, the last reading achieves a nearly sublime understanding of that scroll's contents. But the priest is left permanently blinded to the light of this world. No longer can he read the scrolls. This monastery is dedicated to the service of these noble members of our order. They now live out their lives with the Ancestor Moths that they so love. Their underground demens are well suited to the moths. They raise and nurture the fragile creatures, singing to them constantly. They harvest the silk and spin it into bolts of cloth. They weave the cloth, embroidering it with the genealogies and histories of the ancestors that spun the silk. This is their new life. As they tend the Ancestor Moths, so we tend the blind monks. While they toil in dark, we serve in the light. They need food and water, we provide. They need tools and furniture, we provide. They need secrecy and anonymity, we provide. They need purveyors to sell the fruit of their labours, we provide. At one time we also provided protection. Many generations ago, Gudrun came to our temple. Newly blinded by visions of what was to be, she brought with her new teachings. The visions of the ancestors foresaw the need of the monks to defend themselves. They train and practice the teachings of Gudrun constantly. They are masters of the sword of no sword, the axes of no axe. As a novitiate, you will learn the teachings of Gudrun. You will learn the way of a peaceful fist. You will learn to serve the blind monks. You will learn to provide. In time, you may attain the peace and insight of the Ancestor Moths. Cool. I don't think we meet any of those in Skyrim. I could be wrong. I haven't explored the game in its entirety yet. Nice. And we're not allowed the gold necklace. Okay, we did that. Gold basket, iron boots. Gold fine boots. Can't sleep in the Jarl's bed. Huh, weird. Bowls and apples. Goblets. I don't need to sneak, really. What's that sound? We will investigate. Something weird is going on down here. Cabbages, potatoes, bull, cheese, gourd, jug. Oh, we don't really want a jug, do we? Where are we? Oh, elves here. Carrots. All this.
Ain't nobody high and mighty in these halls except in the Jarl. And don't you forget.
I'm a Thane. I am, of course, I'm high and mighty.
Don't you go tracking your dirty boots on my clean floor.
Okay, so this is where the cleans.
I might just be a servant among lords, but don't think for a moment I don't take my duties as seriously as the Jarl himself takes his.
I hear like a kid. Not sure what's going on. Ooh, coin purse. He said get out of here. Okay, we are going to investigate, of course. Wait, were those stolen clothes? No, I was allowed to take those. Girl's red dress. Never seen that one before. Oh. Dagny's telling me I need to leave.
You need to leave.
Who's Dagny? I don't know. But
You need to leave.
she might be through that door. No one else seems to be rushing me out. Okay, I've got another book. The Arcturian Heresy. Which we haven't read. Okay, The Arcturian Heresy by the Underking Ismir Kingmaker. With his god destroyed, Wulfharth finds it hard to keep his fall. He staggers out of Red Mountain to the battlefield beyond. The world is shaken and all of Morrowind is made of fire. A strong gale picks up and blows his ashes back to Skyrim. Wulfharth adopts and is adopted by the Nord's Ven, Ismir the Grey Wind, the Storm of Kin, but through Lorcan he lost his national identity. All he wants the Nords for is to kill the Tribunal. He raises a storm, sends in his people, and is driven back by Tribunal forces. The Dunmer are too strong now. Wulfharth goes underground to wait and strengthen and reform his body anew. Oddly enough, it is Almalexia who disturbs his rest, summoning the Underking to fight alongside the Tribunal against Adasum Dir Kamal, the Akaviri demon. Wulfharth disappears after Adasum is defeated and does not return for 300 years. It is the rumbling of the Greybeards that wake him. Though the Empire has crumbled, there are rumors that a chosen one will come to restore it. This new Emperor will defeat the Elves and rule the united Tamriel. Naturally, Wulfharth thinks he is the figure of prophecy. But yeah, isn't Wulfharth the name of one of the Greybeards? He goes directly to High Hrothgar to hear the Greybeards speak. When they do, Ismir is blasted to ash again. He is not the chosen one. It is a warrior youth from High Rock. As the Grey Wind goes to find this boy, he hears the Greybeard's warning. Remember the colour of betrayal, King Wulfharth. Maybe it's Wulfgar. The Western Reach was at war. Culhwch, the king of Falkreath in West Cyrodiil, was in a bad situation. To make any bid at unifying the Colovian estates, he needed to secure his northern border, where the Nords and Reachmen had been fighting for centuries. The allies of Skyrim at the Battle of Old Hroldan. Leading his forces was Hjalti Earlybeard. Hjalti was from the island kingdom of Alcair in High Rock, and would become Tiber Septim, the first emperor of Tamriel. Hjalti was a shrewd tactician, and his small band of Colovian troops and Nord berserkers broke the Reachman line, forcing them back beyond the gates of Old Hroldan. The siege seemed impossible, as Hjalti could expect no reinforcements from Falkreath. That night a storm came and visited Hjalti's camp. It spoke with him in his tent. At dawn Hjalti went up to the gates, and the storm followed just above his head. Arrows could not penetrate the winds around him. He shouted down the walls of Old Hroldan, and his men poured in. After their victory, the Nords called Hjalti Talos, or Stormcrown. Culhwch, with his new invincible general, unifies West Cyrodiil in under a year. No one can stand before Hjalti's storms. The Underking knows that if Hjalti is to become Emperor of Tamriel, he must first capture the Eastern Heartland. Hjalti uses them both. He needs Culhwch and the Colovian estates where foreigners are mistrusted. It is obvious why he needs Ismir. They march on the east. The battle mages surrender before their armies, and they take the citadel. Before Khulakain could be crowned, Hjalti secretly murders him and his loyalist contingent. These assassinations are blamed on the enemies of Khulakain, which for political reasons are still the Western Reach. Zurin Arctus, the Grand Battle Mage, not the Underking, then crowns Hjalti as Tiber Septim, new Emperor of all Cyrodiil. After he captures the Imperial throne, Septim finds the initial administration of a fully united Cyrodiil a time-consuming task. He sends the Underking to deal with Imperial expansion into Skyrim and High Rock. Ysmir, mindful that it might seem as if Tiber Septim is in two places at once, works behind the scenes. This period of level-headed statesmanship and diplomacy, this sudden silence heretofore unknown in the roaring tales of Telosian conquest, are explained away later. The assassination story is embroidered. Now it is popularly Talos' own throat that was cut. The human kingdoms are conquered, even Hammerfell, whose capture was figured to be an arduous task. The Underking wants a complete invasion, a chance to battle their foreign wind spirits himself, but Tiber Septim refutes him. He has already made a better plan, one that will seem to legitimize his rule. Cyrodiil supports the losing side of a civil war and are invited in. Finally, the Empire can turn its eyes onto the Elves. The Underking continues to press on Tiber Septim the need to conquer Morrowind. The Emperor is not sure that it is a wise idea. He has heard of the Tribunal's power. The Underking wants his vengeance and reminds Tiber Septim that he is fated to conquer the Elves, even the Tribunal. Arctus advises against the move, but Septim covers the Ebony in Morrowind, as he sorely needs a source of capital to rebuild Cyrodiil after 400 years of war. The Underking tells him that with the Tribunal dead, Septim might steal the Tribunal's power and use it against the High Elves, certainly the oldest enemies of Lorkhan, predating even the Tribunal. Somerset Isle is the farthest thing from Tiber Septim's mind. Even then, he was planning to send Zurin Arctus to the King of Alinor to make peace. The Ebony Need wins out in the end. The Emperor invades Morrowind, and the Tribunal give up, when certain conditions of the armistice include not only a policy of non-interference with the Tribunal, but also, in the Underking's eyes, a validation of their religious beliefs. Ysmir is furious. He abandons the Empire completely. This was the betrayal the Greybeard spoke of, or so he thinks. Without the Underking's power, all ideas of conquering Tamriel vanish. Would have been nice, Septim thinks, but let's just worry about Cyrodiil and the human nations. Already there is a rebellion in Hammerfell. Pieces of Numidium trickle in, though. Tiber Septim, always fascinated by the dwarves, has Zurin Arctus research this grand artifact. In doing so, Arctus stumbles upon some of the stories of the war at Red Mountain. He discovers the reason the Numidium was made and some of its potential. Most importantly, he learns the Underking's place in the war. But Zurin Arctus was working from incomplete plans. He thinks it is the heart of Lorkhan's body that is needed to power the Numidium. While Zurin Arctus is raving about his discovery, the prophecy finally becomes clear to Tiber Septim. This Numidium is what he needs to conquer the world. It is his destiny to have it. He contacts the Underking and says he was right all along. They should kill the Tribunal, and they need to get together and make a plan. While the Underking was away, he realized the true danger of Dagoth It's one of the Dunmer gods, I believe? Yeah. Something must to be done. But he needs an army, and his old one is available again. The trap is set. The Underking arrives and is ambushed by Imperial guards. As he takes them on, Zurin Arctus uses a soul gem on him. With his last breath, the Underking's heart roars a hole through the battle mage's chest. In the end, everyone is dead. The Underking is reverted back to ash, and Tiber Septim strolls in to take the soul gem. When the Elf Council arrives, he tells them about the second attempt on his life, this time by his trusted battle mage Zurin Arctus, who was attempting a coup. He has the dead guards celebrated as heroes, even the one who was blasted to ash. He warns Cyrodiil about the dangers within, but says he was a solution to the dangers without. Well, he has a solution. The Mantella. The Numidium, while not the god Tiber Septim and Vidwema hoped for, the Underking was not exactly Lorkhan after all. It does the job. After its work on Somerset Isle, a new threat appears, a rotting undead wizard who controls the skies. He blows the Numidium apart, but it pounds him into the ground of its last flailings, leaving only a black splotch. The Mantella falls into the sea, seemingly forever. Meanwhile, Tiber Septim crowns himself the first Emperor of Tamriel. He lives until he is 108, the richest man in history. All aspects of his early reign are rewritten. Still, there are conflicting reports of what really happened, and this is why there is such confusion over such questions as, why does Alcair claim to be the birthplace of Talos, while other sources say he came from Atmora? Why does Tiber Septim seem to be a different person after his first roaring conquest? Why does Tiber Septim betray his battle mage? Is Mantella the heart of a battle mage, or is it the heart of Tiber Septim? Tiber Septim is succeeded by his grandson, Pelagius I. Pelagius is just not of the same caliber. In truth, he's a little nervous with all these provinces. Then an advisor shows up. I was friends with your grandfather, the Underking says. He sent me to help you run the Empire.
Get out of here.
Oh.
You need to leave.
Yeah, brief history of the Empire. We're good, I believe. Yep. Gods and worship. Nope, we have not read
You
that.
need to leave.
An overview of gods and worship in Tamriel by Brother Hechfeld. Editor's note: Brother Hechfeld is an associate scribe at the Imperial University, Office of Introductory Studies. Gods are commonly judged upon the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. A central belief in the active participation of deities in mundane matters can be challenged by the reference to apparent apathy and indifference on the part of gods during times of plague or famine. From intervention in legendary quests to manifestations in common daily life, no pattern for the gods of Tamriel activities is readily perceived. The concerns of gods in many ways may seem unrelated or at best unconcerned with the daily trials of a mortal realm. The exceptions do exist, however. Many historical records and legends point to the direct intervention of one or more gods at times of great need. Many heroic tales recount blessings of the divinity bestowed upon heroic figures who worked or quested for the good of a deity or the deity's temple. Some of the more powerful artifacts in the known world were originally bestowed upon their owners through such reward. It has also been reported that priests of high ranking in their temples may on occasion call upon their deity for blessings or help in time of need. We were able to do that. The exact nature of such contact and the blessings bestowed is given to much speculation, as the temples hold such associations secret and holy. This direct contact gives weight to the belief that the gods are aware of a mortal realm. In many circumstances, however, these same gods will do nothing in the face of suffering and death, seeming to feel no need to interfere. It is thus possible to conclude that we as mortals may not be capable of understanding more than a small fraction of the reasoning and logic such beings use. One defining characteristic of all gods and goddesses is their interest in worship and deeds. Deeds in the form of holy quests are just one of the many things that bring the attention of a deity. Deeds in everyday life, by conforming to the statutes and obligations of individual temples, are commonly supposed to please a deity. Performance of ceremony in a temple may also bring a deity's attention. Ceremonies vary according to the individual deity. The results are not always apparent, but sacrifice and offerings are usually required to have any hope of gaining a deity's attention. While direct intervention in daily temple life has been recorded, the exact nature of the presence of a god in daily mundane life is a subject of controversy. The traditional saying of the Wood Elves is that one man's miracle is another man's accident. While some gods are believed to take an active part of daily life, others are well known for their lack of interest in temporal affairs. It has been theorized that gods do in fact gain strength from such things as worship through praise, sacrifice and deed. It may even be theorized that the number of worshippers a given deity may reflect on its overall position among the other gods. This is my own conjecture, garnered from the apparent ability of the larger temples to attain blessings and assistance from their god with greater ease than smaller religious institutions. There are reports of the existence of spirits in our world that have the same capacity to use the actions and deeds of mortals to strengthen themselves as do the gods. The understanding of the exact nature of such creatures would allow us to understand with more clarity the connection between a deity and the deity's worshippers. The implication of the existence of such spirits leads to the speculation that these spirits may even be capable of raising themselves to the level of a god or goddess. Metusuo of the Imperial Seminary suggested that these spirits may be the remains of gods and goddesses who, through time, lost all or most of their following, reverting to their earliest, most basic form. I guess that should be practitioners of the old ways, say that there are no gods, just greater and lesser spirits. Perhaps it is possible for all three theories to be true. Okay.
You need to leave.
This is annoying. Okay, the Windhelm letters I'm pretty sure we haven't read, so let's have a look. The Windhelm letters. The following transcribed letters were recovered from a strongbox found after a fire consumed a house in Solitude in the early part of the Third Era. Nobody by the address name lived at the home, and it is unknown how long the family had owned the strongbox. The letters were believed to have been written during the reign of Jarl Elgrir the Unminded, who ruled Windhelm in the Second Era, and about whom few other records are extant. My dearest Thessalonius, I hope this letter reaches you and finds you well. It is getting more difficult to find paper within the city, but I still save the scraps sent by the city's tax agents. I hope you don't mind a household reckoning on the reverse of this. Windhelm remains as cold as ever, but nothing compared to the heart of her king. Smoke and revelry rise from the palace daily while we have little wood or coal to keep the chill off. I fear for the little ones, but are so brave, having never known any other kind of life. We all speak of you daily, and hope that we may come to see you soon. Yours, Aurelia. Dear Thessalonius, your last message arrived safely, but the promised gold mentioned within did not. When I mentioned this to the courier, she shrugged and turned to the door with no other word. While hearing from you brings joy to us all, I would caution you not to trust that particular woman again. The minds of the city grow numb with cold and silence. We starve, and the unminded one makes no appearance, no speech, nothing to succour his people. His wizard has been seen walking the streets of the city at odd hours, visiting homes. I saw him paint some horrid symbol on one door. It dripped like blood before vanishing like sand in the wind. But next door, nobody who lived there still drew breath. I am a friend to one of the Skyrim maids who was sent to clean out the house. She described the most horrible things to me and the children, but I will spare you the details. The worst of it is that it was a house that supported the king. If that's what happened to his friends, what will be the fate of the rest of us? But don't let this shift your mind from its important tasks. We all know you work to free us, and pray for your success and swift return. Love, Aurelia. This next letter was scribbled onto a piece of cloth with what appears to be charcoal. Fess, I hope you didn't actually... Illegible. Efforts are important, but our sufferings must remain... Illegible. Retaliation can be swift and terrible. If you no longer care for me, at least think of your... Illegible. Love always. Dear Thessalonius, weeks go by and we have no word from Solitude. I tell the children that you're simply very busy, but it's getting harder to make excuses for you. If you can no longer send money, and I understand smuggling anything of value into the city has become a fool's errand, at least send word that you still live and work for the freedom of Windhelm. As regards your issue that I mentioned previously, worry not. With food shortages being what they are, I have removed it from my concerns. Always yours, Aurelia. My dearest Thessalonius, it was good to hear from you at last. Please forgive the rantings of a starving mind. We have at last depleted the basement stores of food, even with the strictest rationing. I see the little ones' faces growing thin, and my heart weeps for them. They are in some ways brave. I think they are looking after me more so than I them. Please come home. I strongly desire to look upon your face. Ah. Papa, Ma said to write you, so we love and miss you. Ma is tired a lot, but there's lots of visitors, so we are being good and helping. Love, Stessel and Chapel. Thessalonius, I don't have much time. The city is finally broken. The gates of the palace will not keep us out. The storming begins soon. I have gathered those who still have a spirit to live, and we are taking our own fortunes to hand. I hope to see you on the other side of this. Pray for us as we once prayed for you. Your Aurelia. Well, don't think that worked out with them. Okay, next up is Vernacus and Borlor by Tavi Dromio. Halgerd walked into the king's ham that Lordas evening, his face clouded with sadness. While he ordered a mug of grief, his mates Garaz and Jomara joined him with moderately sincere concern. What's wrong with you, Halgerd? Asked Jomara. You're later than usual, and there's a certain air of tragedy you've dragged in with you. Have you lost money, or a nearest and dearest? I haven't lost any money. Halgerd grimaced, but I've just received word from my nephew that my cousin Aliok has died. Perfectly natural, he says, just old age. Aliok was 10 years younger than me. Ah, that's terrible. But it goes to show that it's important to savour all of life's possibilities, because you never know when your time is coming, said Garaz, who had been sitting at the same stool at the Smoky Corner Club for the last several hours. He was not one with cursed self-awareness. Life's short, all right, agreed Jamara, but if you'll pardon the sentimental thought, few of us are aware of the influence we'll have after our deaths. Perhaps there's comfort there. For example, have I ever told you the story about Venacus and Borlor? Wait, this is called Venacus and Borlor. Why have they put an intro of someone telling the story? Why wouldn't they just put the story? I don't believe so, said Halgerd. Venacus was a Daedra, said Shamara, throwing a few dribbles on Flynn on the hearth to cast the proper mood. And though our tale took place many, many years ago, it would be fair to say that Venacus still is one, for what after all is time to the immortal Daedra. Actually, Gareth interrupted, I understand that the notion of immortality. I am trying to offer our friend an inspirational tale in his hour of need, Shamara growled. We don't have all bloody night to tell it, if you don't mind. You wouldn't have heard of Venacus, said Shamara, abandoning the theme of immortality for the time being. For even at the height of his power and fame, he was considered feeble by the admittedly high standards of the day. Of course, this lack of respect infuriated him, and his reaction was typical of lesser Daedra. He went on a murderous rampage. Soon word spread through all the villages in the Colovian west of the unholy terror. Whole families had been butchered, castles destroyed, orchards and fields torched and cursed so nothing would ever grow there again. To make things even worse for the villagers, Venacus began getting visitations from an old rival of his from Oblivion. She was a Daedra seducer named Horavata, and she delighted in taunting him to see how angry she could make him become. You flooded a village, and that's supposed to be impressive? She would sneer. Try collapsing a continent, and maybe you'll get a little attention. Venacus could become pretty angry. He didn't come very close to collapsing the continent of Tamriel, but it wasn't for lack of trying. A hero was needed to face the mad Daedra, and fortunately one was available. His name was Borlor, and it was said that he had been blessed by the goddess Kinnereth. That was the only explanation for his inhuman accuracy with his bow and arrow, for he never missed a target. As a child, he had driven his marksmanship tutors wild with frustration. Where's the marksman buff for reading this? They would tell him how to plant his feet, how to knock a bolt, the proper grip of a cord, the best method of release. He ignored all the rules, and somehow, every time, the arrow would catch a breath of the wind and sail directly to his target. It did not matter if the quarry was moving or still, at very close or miles away. Whatever he wanted to strike with his arrow would be struck. Borlor answered the call when one of the village mayors begged him for help. Unfortunately, he was not great a horseman as he was an archer. As he rode through the forest toward the mayor's town, a place called Evansacon, Venacus was already murdering everyone there. Horavata watched and stifled back a yawn. Murdering a small town mayor isn't going to put you in famous company, you know. What you need is a great champion to defeat. Someone like Isgramor, or Pelennor Whitestrake, or... She stared at the figure emerging from the forest. That fellow! Who's he? Growled Venacus between bites of the mare's quivering body. The greatest archer in Tamriel he's never missed. The greatest archer in Tamriel he's never missed. Borlor had his bow strong and was pointing it at the Daedra. For a moment, Venacus felt like laughing. The fellow was not even aiming straight, but he had a well-honed sense of self-preservation. There was something about the man's look of confidence that convinced the Daedra that Horavata wasn't lying. As the bolt left the bow, Venacus vanished in a sheet of flame. The arrow impaled a tree. Borlor stood and stared. He had missed the target. In oblivion, Venacus raged. Fleeing before a mortal man like that, not even the basest scamp would have been so craven. He had exposed himself as a weak, cowardly creature he was. As he considered what steps to take to salvage the situation, he found himself face to knee with the most fearsome of the Daedra princes, Molag Bal. I never thought anything much of you, Venacus, the giant boomed, but you have more than proven your worth. You have shown the creatures of Mundus that the Daedra are more powerful than the blessings of the gods. The other denizens of Oblivion quickly agreed, as they always did, with the view of Molag Bal. The Daedra are, after all, always very sensitive about their various defeats at the hands of mortal champions. Venacus was proclaimed the elusive beast, the unpursuable one, he who cannot be touched, bane of Kinnereth. Shrines devoted to him began to be built in remote corners of Morrowind and Skyrim. Borlor, meanwhile, now found flawed, was never again called to rescue a village. He was so heartbroken over his failure to strike his target that he became a hermit, and never restrung his bow again. Some months later he died, unmourned and unremembered. Is this really the tale you thought would cheer me? Asked Halgerd incredulously. I've heard the King of Worms told more inspirational stories. Wait, smiled Jamara. I'm not finished yet. For a year's time, Venacus was content to watch his legend grow and his flaking worship spread from his home in Oblivion. He was, in addition to being cowardly and inclined toward murderous rages, also a very lazy creature. His worshippers told tales of their master avoiding the bolts of 1,000 archers, and moving through oceans without getting wet, and other feats of avoidance that he would rather not have to demonstrate in person. The real story of his ignominious retreat from Border was thankfully forgotten. The bad news, when it came, was delivered to him with some relish by Horavata. He had delighted in her jealousy at his growing reputation, so it was with a cruel smile she told him, "Your shrines are being assaulted." "Who dares?" he roared. "Everyone who passes them in the wilderness feels the need to throw a stone," Horavata purred. "You can hardly blame them after all. They represent he who cannot be touched. How could anyone be expected to resist such a target?" Venacus peered through the veil into the world of Mundus and saw that it was true. One of his shrines in Colovian West Country was surrounded by a large platoon of mercenary soldiers, who delighted in pelting it with rocks. His worshippers huddled inside, praying for a miracle. In an instant he appeared before the mercenaries, and his rage was terrifying to behold. They fled into the woods before he even had a chance to murder one of them. His worshippers threw open the doors of the shrine and dropped to their knees in joy and fear. His anger melted. Then a stone struck him. Then another. He turned to face his assailants, but the air was suddenly filled with rocks. Venacus could not see them, but he heard mercenaries in the woods laugh. "He's not even trying to move out of the way." "It's impossible not to hit him," guffawed another. With a roar of humiliation, the Daedra bounded into the shrine, chased by the onslaught. One of the stones knocked the door closed behind him, striking him in the back. His face broke, anger and embarrassment disappearing, replaced by pain. He turned, shaking, to his worshippers who huddled in the shadows of the shrine, their faith shattered. "Where'd you get the wood to build this shrine?" Venacus groaned. "Mostly from a copse of trees near the high village of Evansicum." His high priest shrugged. Venacus nodded. He dropped forward, revealing the deep wound in his back. A rusted arrowhead buried in a wall in the wood of the door had jolted loose in the assault and impaled him. The Daedra vanished in the whirlwind of dust. The shrines were abandoned shortly thereafter, though Venacus did have a brief resurgence as the patron spirit of limitations and impotence, before fading from memory altogether. The legend of Borlo himself never became very well known either, for there are still some who tell the tale, like myself, and we have the advantage of knowing what the great archer himself didn't know on his deathbed. His final arrow found his target after all. Cool.
Hey, get out of here!
I might just be a servant among lords, but don't think for a moment I don't take my duties as seriously as the Jarl himself takes his.
Ain't nobody high and mighty in these halls except in the Jarl. And don't you forget.
Ah. So this is just a door to Dragon's Reach. That's Avanici's bed. So our Jarl is
Get out
upstairs.
of here.
Oh, we can hear her now.
You need to leave. One of the new servants? Remember that I like my meat rare. Absurd that you can't cook good sweet rolls in the skeever hole of a city. Absurd that you can't cook good sweet
Okay.
rolls in the skeever hole of a city.
Okay. Apparently we need to talk to this
You
bed.
need to leave.
If no one else is telling me I need to leave, and I need to stay. Realistically.
You need to leave. You need to
Okay.
leave.
More books. We've got
You need to leave.
Herbane's
You need to leave.
Bestiary Ice Wraiths. Herbane's Bestiary, the Ice Wraiths. We've already fought a few. 17 Last Seed. When winter's chill descended upon me as I travelled further north through the frozen plains and mountains, I settled in at the inn at Dawnstar for a moment of respite and a warm meal. Another traveller there told me to be cautious, for there are creatures who settle into the powder white of the snow with nary a clue to the careless until it is too late. He went on and on with wild gestures and fantastic tales of entire immersion expeditions being killed by the beasts. His stories frightened the other inn patrons, but I will not be turned by a coward's tale. I will see these from my own eyes, for those icy caves and snow-capped peaks of the north are exactly the type of places that call to an adventurer like me. It did not take me long to find what I've sought. These ice wraiths are lucid, serpentine creatures of magic, as if conjured from the frozen tundra and glaciers of Skyrim itself, and one with an environment that makes them nearly invisible. These ethereal apparitions are the death of many Nords, if not by their sudden unholy strike that casts their entire body through their target, then by the malady of Whitbane, a curse of infection that dulls the intellect and makes the target even more of a victim. As deadly as they are, ice wraiths are simple-minded in their determination, and combat is a straightforward affair and brute force, and a sharp blade are enough to fell these savage creatures. Only the heartiest of men would hope to survive just one of these beasts. I have slain 2 with general ease. Wow, 2 ice wraiths. Congratulations, buddy. Definitely worth writing a book about. It's good that I found I can make decent coins selling the ice wraith's teeth, as they are a prized ingredient in alchemical potions. That will continue to afford me the opportunity to search these lands for a challenge worthy of story, for I have yet to see what would make me tremble. Okay, good. By the way, is there a way to check if I have like a bounty? General stats. This would be where it would say, right? I don't know.
You need a leave.
Who knows? Let's see. Have we read Alduin's... Alduin is Real? No, but that seems like a pretty important book.
You need a leave.
Alright. Alduin is real and he ain't Akatosh. Is that meant to say like he ain't Akatosh, or that's just another language? By Fromgar Ironhead. Proud... Oh right, he can't speak. I mean, he's not the best with words. By Fromgar Ironhead. Proud Nord. As my da used to say, Imperials are idiots. That is why I am writing this book. I ain't never wrote a book before, and I do not reckon to write one again. But sometimes a man must do what a man must do. And what I must do is set the record straight about the god called Akatosh and the dragon called Alduin. They ain't the same thing, no matter what them Imperials might say, or how they might wish it to be so. My da was never one for the gods, but my ma was. She worshipped all the divines and taught me lots of things, so I know a thing or two about Akatosh, just as much as any Imperial. I know he was the first of all the gods to take shape in the beginning place, and I know he has the shape of a dragon. My da even told me the story of Martin Septim, couldn't even spell Martin right, and the things what happened when the gates to Oblivion opened. Septim turned into the spirit of Akatosh and killed Mehrunes Dagon. Now I don't know about you, but any dragon that fights the Prince of Destruction is okay by me. Now I hope you understand the problem. Akatosh is good. Everyone from Nord to Imperial knows that. But Alduin? He ain't good. He's the opposite of good. For Alduin is evil through and through. So you see, Akatosh and Alduin can't be one and the same. Growing up as a lad in Skyrim, I heard all the stories, told to me by my da, who was told by his da, who was told by his da, and so on. And one of those stories was about Alduin. But see, he was not Akatosh, he was another dragon, and a real one at that. Akatosh is some kind of spirit dragon, I think, when he bothers to be a dragon at all, and not a god living in some kind of god plaque, like Oblivion. But Alduin is a real dragon, with flesh and teeth and a mean streak longer than the White River. There was a time when Alduin tried to rule over all of Skyrim with his other dragons. In the end, it took some mighty strong heroes to finally kill Alduin and be done with his old sorry story. So I got to ask, does that sound like Akatosh to you? No, friend. No, it do not. And so I, Fromgar Ironhead, do firmly say, with the utmost conviction, that Alduin is real, and he ain't Akatosh. Good deduction there, buddy. Nice one.
You need a leave.
11 gold. Alright, Nord's Arise. Nope.
to leave.
Okay, let's read Nord's Arise by Anonymous. Nord's Arise. Throw off the shackles of imperial oppression. Do not bow to the yoke of a false emperor. Be true to your blood, to your homeland. The Empire tells us we cannot worship holy Talos. How can man set aside a god? How can a true Nord of Skyrim cast aside the god that rose from our own heartland? Mighty Tiber Septim, himself the first emperor, conqueror of all Tamriel, ascended to godhood to sit at the right hand of Akatosh. Tiber Septim, a true son of Skyrim, born in the land of snow and blood, bred to the honour of our people, is now Talos, god of might and honour. The Empire has no right to tell us we cannot worship him. Our own High King Torrig betrayed us to the Empire. He traded our god for peace. He agreed to a pact with the Thalmor signed by an emperor in a foreign land. Are we to be beholden to such a pact? No. 1,000 times no. Do not let the lessons of history go unheeded. The Aldmeri Dominion and its Thalmor masters made war upon men, just as the elves made war upon Ysgramor and our people in ancient times. Shining Sarfall was burnt to the ground, reduced to ruins and rubble in their treacherous assault. But Ysgramor and his sons gathered the 500 companions and made war upon the elves, casting them out to Skyrim. In the great war fought by our fathers, the elves again betrayed men by attacking us unprovoked. The Dominion and the Thalmor cannot be trusted. Like Ysgramor, Ulfric's Stormcloak is a true hero of Skyrim. His name will ring in Sovngarde for generations to come. Only he had the courage to single out King Torrig and challenge him to trial by arms. Ulfric's Foom, a gift from Talos himself, struck down this traitorous ruler, and by his death we are now free of our imperial shackles and the Thalmor overlord that darkened the imperial throne. The Empire has sent its legions to govern us. They have enlisted our own countrymen to their cause. They have set brother against brother, father against son. They have caused Skyrim to battle itself in their name, for their cause. Do not let them divide us. Do not let them conquer us. Reject the imperial law that forbids the worship of Talos. Join Ulfric Stormcloak and his cause. Okay. There we go. Of Crossed Daggers. Of Crossed Daggers, The History of Riften by Dwenan Windle. This should be interesting. We've been to Riften. Situated on the eastern banks of Lake Honrich, the city of Riften serves as a reminder of a bygone era. The once proud streets and buildings have vanished and been replaced with a collection of wooden structures and rough stonework, shrouded in a permanent fog-like mist. In order to understand how such a large city became nothing more than a glorified fortress, one need only look to the history books for answers. Riften was a major hub of activity for trade caravans and travellers to and from Morrowind. Fishing skiffs could be seen dotting the lake at all hours of the day, and the bustling city was alive with activity at night. The city guard was formidable, another spelling error, and maintained a tight grasp on its populace, keeping them safe from harm. The marketplace in Riften was also quite a draw, containing numerous stands offering wares from across Tamriel. In 4th Era 98, amidst the confusion of the Void Knights, Hosgun Crossed Daggers was installed as Jarl when the previous Jarl had been assassinated. That's an ominous name for a Jarl. Although many believe that Hosgun was responsible, and cries of protest filled the streets of Riften, the Jarl took the throne and immediately took action to protect his station. Using the city guardian, the streets cleared of protesters and initiated a curfew. Any caught breaking the curfew was immediately jailed without process or executed if it was a repeat offence. For over 40 years, Hosgun ruled Riften with a black heart and an iron fist. He imposed ridiculous taxes upon his subjects and any merchants who wished to sell their wares within the city walls. Hosgun kept most of the coin for himself, using it to construct a massive wooden castle with unnecessarily lavish quartering within. The castle took 7 years to build and became a visual reminder of the people's oppression, which earned it the nickname Hosgun's Folly. Towards the end of his reign, the streets of Riften became littered with refuse and his people plagued by disease and hunger. Then in 4th Era 129, the people had finally had enough. With their numbers, they were able to temporarily overwhelm the city guard long enough to set Hosgun's Folly on fire with the greedy arse still within. As the fighting recommenced, the fire spread through the city unchecked. By the morning, the people had emerged victorious, but not without great cost. Most of the city was now in ruins and many had died. It took 5 years to rebuild Riften into the smaller city that it is today, and even though over 50 years had passed since then, it still has yet to fully recover. Some believe it will never achieve the level of affluence it saw at the beginning of the Fourth Era, but there are a few who still hold on to the hope that Riften can return from the ashes and become a centre of commerce once again. There were a couple of people like that in Riften. That was like, Riften sucks, but we believe in it, and we're going to keep trying to get rid of all the crime and thievery that's happening.
You need to leave.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Okay, next up is Wabberjack, which, if you don't remember, is Sheer Gorath's favoured artifact, which can transform creatures into another random creature. Wabberjack. Little boys shouldn't summon up the forces of internal darkness unless they have an adult supervising. I know. But on that sunny night on the 5th of First Seed, I didn't want an adult. I wanted Hermaeus Mora, the Daedra of knowledge, learning, gums, and varnishes. You see, I was told by a beautiful, large-breasted man who lived under the library in my hometown that the 5th of First Seed was Hermaeus Mora's night, and if I wanted the Ogma Infinium, the Book of Knowledge, I had to summon him. When you're the new King of Solitude, every bit of knowledge helps. Normally you need a Witch's Coven or a Mage's Guild, or at least matching pillowcase and sheets to invoke a Prince of Oblivion. The man under the library showed me how to do it myself. He told me to wait until the storm was at its height before shaving the cat. I had forgotten the rest of the ceremony. It doesn't matter. Someone appeared who I thought was Hermaeus Mora. The only thing that made me somewhat suspicious was Hermaeus Mora, from what I read, was a big, blobby, multi-eyed, clawed monstrosity, and this guy looked like a waistcoated banker. Also, he kept calling himself Sheer Gorath, not Hermaeus Mora. Yeah, there you go. Still, I was so happy to have successfully summoned Hermaeus Mora. These inconsistencies did not bother me. He had me do some things that didn't make any sense to me, beyond the mortal scope Predfin can, I suppose, and then his servant happily gave me something he called the Wabberjack. Wabberjack, 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 Wabberjack. Maybe the Wabberjack is the Book of Knowledge. Maybe I'm smarter because I know cats can be bats, can be rats, can be hats, can be gnats, can be vats, can be visses. And that doors can be bores, can be snores, can be floors, can be roars, can be spores, can be yours, can be mine. Sounds like a My Sims rap. If you ever played the My Sims games. I must be smart, for the interconnective system is very clear to me. Then why or wherefore do people keep calling me mad? Wabberjack, Wabberjack, Wabberjack. So, Sheer Gorath made him go crazy. Okay, Songs of a Return, Volume 2. You haven't read that one. The First Tale of a Durumzu. Our great lord Ysgramor, the harbinger of us all, did then send forth his two beloved sons, with him the only other survivors of the brutalities of Sarfel, to seek out the bravest warriors of the land and mount the great return. Ingol and Ilgar they were called, and they were known among Atmora as fine warriors with bright eyes and dawning futures. Ingol the elder was the brave strategist, bringing his learnings to bear on the battlefield that his enemies would be defeated before they even know the battle had begun. Ilgar the younger was possessed of an unwavering spirit that drove his singular prowess to overwhelming feats in war. Together, the mind and the arm, they were capable of sowing a destruction most thorough and glorious to any foe who stood before them. Before they parted ways to gather their crews, the two clasped arms and necks in the old fashion and laughed at the heavens for their stories to come. Young Ilgar then took to the massive shipyards of Yilkufik at the southern point and commissioned 2 ships for himself and his brother. He would command the Durumzu and his brother the Harak, whilst carrying the names of the 2 favoured stars of their heavens. The shipmaker's spirits had been suitably filled by Ysgramor's tales of the savage elves, and they set about to birth ships that befit their noble homeland. Arrangements having been made, Ilgar set forth to the academies of honoured soldiers, seeking out his most trusted friends and advisors to join him on the venture of the return. By now the stories of the new land to the south were spreading before him, and the mere emergence of his presence was enough to cause the finest warriors to lay down their present undertakings and follow him. So was he able to call to his side the great shield sisters, Froa and Grosta, who fought and spoke as one, and they brought with them the wise war teacher Adrimk, who first taught them to dance among the blades. She in turn mustered all the students at her command, whose names were not yet made, but some of whom would one day be known. Hermeska, who threw a shield, Urlach, who breathed fire, Ramph the Greater, Maquilian Ramph, and the far-sighted Uche, who would see the first of many dawns. On the day of final passage, when the many-oared fleet would last leave the distant green summers of Atmora, The brothers were near in their father's wake as the freshly joined 500 would eagerly press onwards towards Tamriel. Ilgar could see his well-minded brother smiling from afar across the waves, and they shouted war cries to each other, longing for the soon day when their assembled crews would draw the treacherous self-blood into the ground, which they would now claim for their own rights. But Kin's ministrations are not to be taken lightly, and though her blessings gave wind to drive those brave sailors to their destiny, so too did her mighty tears fall to drive them apart. When the storm of separation first arose, young Ilgar had no fear, for his crew was strong and able, and their ship drove true through the forest of swells as though pulled by the rope of fate. When the skies cleared and Ilgar glimpsed again with new eyes the land of his past and future home, he knew his brother's vessel was not within his horizon, but the Rimzu, arriving late, drew forth onto the sands, and Ilgar rushed to his father to seek word of his brother. The great Isgabor, harbinger of us all, wept for his lost son, and sought comfort in the arms of his only remaining joy. The crew of the Harak became the first deaths among the 500, and Ilgar so enraged with love for his brother that his crew would soon be counted as first among the many noble and honoured names in the Companions. Oh yeah, Isgramor is the founder of the Companions, isn't he? Very, very interesting. Ooh, free apple pie.
You need a leave.
Okay, so silver ingot. The Legend of Red Eagle, we've read. Oh no, we haven't. I swear we did. Well, we got a new quest, find Red Eagle Sword. I swear we read this, didn't we? No, apparently not. The Legend of Red Eagle by Trelane Dren, Archivist of Winterhold. This tale was transcribed from the memory of Clarice Vienne, student of Winterhold. Elements of the legend suggest the date. See First Era 1030. For those with any oral tradition, much of it is likely a later anachronism. Curiously, stories of a similar king and his legendary blade appear in other ancient myths of the Reach. Long ago, a child was born in the Sundered Hills. They named him Fowlat, which means Red Eagle in the tongue of the Reach, for the screeching bird call that greeted his birth and for crimson blooms on the autumn hills. Thus began his legend, Reach Child, born under auspicious skies, his very name the colour of blood. 10 kings ruled the Reach in those days, and though men were free, the people were scattered and warred amongst themselves. The augurs foresaw the boy's destiny, a warrior without peer. First and foremost, Lord of the Reach, chosen to unite all under his name. Fowlan grew in years and strength, and it seemed the prophecy would be fulfilled. The banner of a Red Eagle was raised along the cliffs of the Reach, and his people prospered. Then came Hestra, Empress of the South, riding to war. One by one the kings stood before her. One by one they fell aside, bending knee in imperial bargains or slaughtered on the battlefield. Her legions came at last to the Sundered Hills, and envoys were sent to bargain for their surrender. Fowlan refused to yield the freedom of his people, but the elders were afraid, cast him out, and accepted the imperial yoke. Thus was stolen by the foreign invaders his land, his people, his very name. In the years that followed, Red Eagle became known as the untamed spirit of the Reach. Unbowed, unbroken, stained by the blood of his foes, he gathered loyal Reachmen to himself, those who clung to the old ways, who yearned for freedom and forged a new nation. Is this the start of the Forsworn, by any chance? Together they fell upon the occupiers and the traitors by night, disappearing into the cliffs and caves each morn, evading capture. It was not enough. Every Imperial patrol and garrison they wiped out, yet more seemed to march from the green south to replace them. One night, under a cloud-choked sky, the men of the Red Eagle warmed themselves over damp fires of smouldering moss. A huddled, shambling figure came to them cloaked in rags, face cowled. Though his men mocked and cast stones at the stranger, Fowlan sensed something and beckoned. The cowl was thrown back in the dim light, and she revealed herself to be one of the ancient and venerable Hagravens. Yeah, I think this is Forsworn. She offered power for a price, and a pact was made. Thus was brokered to the witch, his heart, his will, his humanity. From that day forth his was a spirit of vengeance, pitiless, and beyond remorse. So this is like a Forsworn Briarheart, right? Making a deal with the Hagravens, I think. Could be very wrong on that. The rebels grew in strength and numbers, and none could stand against them. Fowlan's eyes burned coldly in those days, black opals reflecting a mind not entirely his own. 2 years passed, and the foreigners were all but driven from the Reach. Such peace could not last, however, and a great host fell upon them. A swift army of invaders unlike any before. For a fortnight, Hestra's generals laid siege to the Red Eagle's stronghold, till he himself came forth for battle, alone and robed in nothing but his righteous fury. 1,000 foreigners fell before his flaming sword, and the enemy was routed. Yet, when night fell, so too did he. The warriors who came to him said Fowland's eyes were clear again on that final night. He was taken to the place prepared for him, a tomb hidden deep within the rock. With his remaining strength, he presented his sword to his people, and swore on oath, "Fight on, and when at last the reach is free, his blade should be returned, that he might rise and lead them again. Thus was given for his people his life, his dream, his sword. But when every debt is repaid in blood, these he shall reclaim once more." Okay. So what, we need to free his people, I guess? Who knows? We shall see. We've got Rising Threat, Volume 1. Which we've read. So we'll just pick that up.
You need a lead.
Okay, Ingol and the Seagulls, I'm pretty sure we've read, but...
You
Yep.
need a lead.
Dunmer of Skyrim. Don't think we've read that one. And we have not. Let's read Dunmer of Skyrim.
You need a lead.
The Dunmer of Skyrim by Athel Saris. Dunmer. Dunmer, that is our name, yet you deny us even this courtesy. You, the white-skinned, jaundiced-haired apes of this God's forsaken frozen wilderness. To you, Nords, we are the grey ones, the ashen-skinned, the dark elves of Morrowind, who have as much place in your land as an infection in an open wound. Oh yes, we have read your great cultural work, Nords of Skyrim, in which you extol the many virtues of your people and province, and invite any visitors to come experience your homeland for themselves. Well, come we did, Nords, and the reception was less than was promised, but exactly what we expected. So I, Atal Saris, Dunmer, an immigrant to Skyrim, have decided to answer your beloved book with a work of my own, and let all who read it know that Nords are not the only race to reside in this cold and inhospitable realm, for we Dark Elves have come, and little by little shall claim Skyrim as our own. Ooh, fine words. But where, you may ask, have we taken up residence? Why, none other than the ancient city of Windhelm, once the capital of the First Empire. Yes, Nords, in the shadow of your own Palace of the Kings, where the Nord hero Isgramor once held court, we now thrive. Oh yes, your beloved 500 companions may have driven our ancestors from Skyrim, but that was then. This is now. Indeed, one might be surprised as to just how well we've settled into Windhelm. The district once known as the Snow Quarter is thus named no more. Now they call it the Grey Quarter, for such is the reality of the Dunmer occupation. The district is now populated entirely by my kind, a victory not lost on its residents. Oh, but the peaceful occupation goes even further. Thirsty? You'll find no Nord meat hall in the Grey Quarter, but the spirits flow well enough in the new Nissus Corn Club. Seeking a respected family? You'll find no Greymanes within these walls, but perhaps you'd like to pay a visit to the home of Belian Glalu, descendant of one of the most noble houses in all of Morrowind. Ah, but no, you Nords don't come to the Grey Quarter, do you? You fear our streets as you fear our skin. So now, children of Skyrim, you have the truth of it. You may call this province home, but you can no sooner claim to own it than a cow can claim to own its master's field. You are just another breed of domestic animal, grazing stupidly while higher beings plot your slaughter. Alright, well, there's a counterpoint to some of the racism the Dark Elves have experienced in Skyrim. Okay, Silveringa, Real Baron's Eye, Volume 4. Cats of Skyrim. Is there one for each race? And the fact that it's called Cats worries me a little bit. This one might also have some racism. Cats of Skyrim. A report by Aldertwiel. I have been sent to this frigid wasteland to catalogue and study any of its indigenous cats, which has so far been uneventful. After months of wandering, I have so far only encountered some variations of the same basic species. In my travels I have encountered several Khajiit outcasts from their clans who have taken up residence in Skyrim. They have been most unhelpful, probably for fear I'd expose their locations. I can't say I'm surprised that there are a few Khajiit here. It's cold and unwelcoming. Saber cats are basic giant cats that have evolved two dangerously sharp front teeth. The average saber cat has a... Oh, this isn't about Khajiit, it's about saber cats? Okay. Well, maybe that's my bad. The average saber cat has a reddish-brown fur which it uses to blend into grassy regions, but I've observed them skulking and sleeping on rocks, so I don't believe the fur is for camouflage. The primary attacks of a saber cat are its biting attack, but it can also briefly rear up to attack with its front claws. I've also seen it pounce forward on its prey in a particularly powerful attack. The snowy version of the saber cat has spotted white fur, which I believe it uses more for stalking more than its cousin in the plains. The tooth of the cat is rumored to be useful in potions that restore the imbiber's stamina, as well as a potion that will temporarily give a more keen eye for smithing. Yes, saber cat teeth specifically make you build armor better. That's Elder Scrolls for you. An skillful hunter can usually salvage the pelts and teeth of their kill, but report that the meat is tasteless and not fit to eat. That's why you don't get any food from saber cats. Okay, we've read Uncommon Taste. Yeah, that's a Gourmet's book. Walking the World, Volume 12. Volume 11, sorry.
You need a lead.
Walking the World, Volume 11, Solitude, by Spatior Munius. Welcome, friend. In our latest volume, we cover Solitude. Spatior could not be more pleased to be at the very seat of imperial power in Skyrim. In the course of our tour, you'll see that Solitude's riches extend from her people to the history and architecture that make up the city itself. As ever, we begin our journey outside the city walls, this time at the bottom of the hill that ascends all the way to Solitude's massive gates. Solitude's surroundings. Before scaling the hill to the city, you should be sure to take in the sights. Wander the track that leads down to the docks, and you can stop to enjoy one of the best views of the Great Arch. Originally serving as both a landmark and windbreak for Solitude's port, the easily defended Great Arch also provided an ideal building site for the ancient Nords. The city gradually grew to extend across the entire length of the arch. This growth culminated in the building of the Blue Palace, home of the High Kings and Queens of Skyrim. We will visit the palace later. Same for us, we will visit the palace later. The Gates of Solitude. Entrance to Solitude is guarded by 2 gates and 3 towers. The first of these towers, situated at the crossroads, is Sky Tower. Is mostly a lookout, although in times of war, barricades are erected across the nearby road to act as a first line of defence. The second tower and first smaller gate are collectively known as the Squall Gate. Here, attacking armies meet their first real resistance. Last and certainly most impressive is the Storm Gate. While Castle Dower, found just within the city's main gate, has always been a massive walled structure, Solitude's outer walls and gates were not added until shortly after the coronation of High King Erling. There's a High King called Erling? Oh god, now I'm just imagining Harland and Skyrim. Oh dear. Skyrim belongs to the Nords. But I'm also a dwarven robot. Because I'm Harland. Looking up and to the left of the main gate, you can see a small hint of Erling's preference for a more rounded style of architecture that we will see later in the Castle Dower extension, as well as the interior arch and the windmill. Now we pass through the gates and enter the main shopping district of Solitude. The Well District. Stepping inside Solitude's gates, you get your first view of the city itself. Rising tall and proud before you, banners waving from its crown, is the Emperor's Tower, home to the kings of Huffingar before the consolidation of Skyrim and the creation of the Blue Palace. Huffingar, I believe, is the region that Solitude is in. The Emperor's Tower is now used exclusively as guest quarters for emperors who come to visit the city. To your left and right are Solitude's inn and shops. Here can be found some of the finest imported goods in Skyrim. After all, Solitude is a wealthy city with ready access to the major city shipping lanes of Tamriel. Continuing ahead, you'll come to the ramp that takes you up to Castle Dower. From here, you can truly feel the weight of this stone bastion's looming presence. The leftmost tower, topped by the pointed roof of Erling's extension, was once the castle barracks and jail. Today, the tower is the centre of military power here in Solitude. Looking right past the looming Emperor's Tower, you can glimpse Solitude's natural bridge arcing gracefully over to the windmill. Built during High King Erling's day, the bridge was said to be used to discreetly allow Captain Jitta, the famous privateer, to enter Castle Dower. Some historians claim that she and the High King were simply attempting to keep their business dealings quiet. Others believe that Jitta and Erling were involved on a more personal level. At the end of the bridge is the windmill. The tower and the windmill serve as one of Solitude's most recognizable man-made landmarks. The windmill's power was once used to open the gates to what is now the East Empire Company warehouse, but today that task falls to the strong backs of the dock workers. In the shadow of the windmill you'll find the outdoor market and the well. Here you can buy a number of local delicacies, including the famous spiced wine made exclusively in Solitude. From here we'll travel up the ramp and into Castle Dower Courtyard. Castle Dower. As you enter the courtyard of Castle Dower, you are confronted with the banner of Solitude hanging over the door to what is now Castle Dower proper. At the far end of the courtyard stands the impressive Temple of the Divines. The founders of Solitude were deeply devout, and Solitude is the only place in Skyrim where all of the Divines are worshipped in a single temple. All three of the buildings here are well worth taking a look inside, but only the temple and Castle Dower's military wing are open. If you do venture inside the temple, take special note of the alcoves at the front. You can see the empty alcove that once held the shrine of Talos before Talos worship was outlawed. From the courtyard, travel out the exit between Castle Dower and the temple, and you'll get your first sight of the Blue Palace. Along the way, be sure to stop outside the Bard's College, a large building on your left marked by the flame of Kalissos burning beside the steps. Named for a famous bard, it is said that as long as the flame burns, the college will stand. I can imagine people who hate them would just try and put that flame out to stop them. The Bard's College. Looking up from the Bard's College steps, you can see that the college stands taller than the Blue Palace itself. The bards who train here can be heard throughout Skyrim, singing songs that capture the history of the ages. If you get a chance, you should be sure to catch the burning of King Olaf, an ancient festival where King Olaf is burned in effigy. We'll learn more about the Bard's College later. Continue up the road from the college, and you will reach the courtyard of the Blue Palace, our final destination. The Blue Palace. The Blue Palace is home to the Jarls of Solitude, who for centuries have also served as the High Kings and High Queens of Skyrim. The northeast wing on your left as you enter holds the living quarters of the Jarl and her court on the top level and various servants below. The southwest wing, known as the Pelagius Wing, has fallen into a state of disrepair. Named for the famous High King Pelagius the Mad, the wing is rumoured to be haunted by the king's ghosts. The wing has been locked and left alone since shortly after Pelagius' death. You should be sure to venture inside the Blue Palace. The grand atrium and court chambers are a sight not to be missed. Other points of interest. Spatio has shown you Solitude in all its grandeur, but there are a few places more to see. The walls of the city are easily accessible and well worth climbing for the remarkable view. The Solitude docks are also worth a visit, as they are the largest in Skyrim. That's all for Walking the World Volume 11. Spatio does not know his next destination yet, but you can be sure that where he does go, he will leave you a record of the best things to see. Spatio Munius, World Traveller.
All this standing around is rubbish. We should be taking the fight to the Stormcloaks.
Cool story, Hjalmar. Ulfrunga.
I'm not a man. I'm a weapon in human.
You need to leave.
Alright. Next up, the City of Stone. That's a new one. So these are like city guides. The City of Stone, a sellsword's guide to Markarth, by Amanda Alea, mercenary. Well, we haven't been to Markarth, so this might help us learn a little bit about it. If you're cutting your coins across Skyrim, you'll want to point your blade towards Markarth, the capital city of the Reach. There's no end of trouble in the City of Stone, and that means plenty of ways for you to earn your supper. Your sellsword instincts should point you towards the wealthiest patrons with the fattest purses to work for. But you need to mind yourself during your resting hours. Markarth isn't like your Whiterun, where mercenary companies like the Companions make a sellsword an honoured professional. No, Markarth has its own rules. Rules the natives aren't going to just tell you. Lucky for you, old Mrs. Alea is here to shine the torchlight over your thick skulls. First thing you'll notice in the City of Stone is the stone. They say dwarves cut out the city from the mountain. Maybe they did by the look of it, but what it really means is that the whole place is vertical, and the streets are really cliffs. Long story short, be careful when you've got a belly full of mead. Oh yeah, if it's vertical, then if you go to an inn at the top, then you'll probably end up dying. When you enter the city proper, you'll immediately hit the market. The merchants usually sell food and jewellery on the streets. Meat is the preferred ration. The craggy rocks in the area make for poor farming land, and silver is what's used to make most all the rings and necklaces you might buy, thanks to the large silver mine in the city. We'll get to that in a bit. Oh yeah, we'll get to that later on. I remember that quest. Whatever you do, don't ask the Markarth city guard about anything. They're about as helpful as an angry frostbite spider while you're caught in its web, and if you mention anything about the Forsworn to them, they might spit in your eye. Speaking of the Forsworn, these wild men and women will be your main source of income while you're in Markarth. The Jarl almost always has a bounty on some Forsworn leader or another, and if you don't mind going play to axe with someone 2 septims short of a pint of ale, it's steady work. The Silverblood Inn is where you want to head into after seeing the market. The drinks are, as usual, watered down, and judging by the metallic taste of water from the rivers that run through the city's smelter district. What's important here is getting a room to stay in. You won't find any friendly faces to con your way into a cheap place to stay in Markarth. The natives don't trust strangers, so save yourself the trouble and put down your coin to rent a real room. After you spent a day recovering from travel, you'll see that Markarth is divided in 2 sides by the big crag in the centre. The part with the big river running through it is called the riverside, and the other is called the dry side. The riverside is where the smelter and native workers live, so don't bother going there. Instead, head directly to Dryside and talk to the local Nord nobles and see what problems you can start solving at the highest rate. 2 major places to see are the Temple of Dibella and Sidna Mine. The temple rests on the top of a central crag, a good place to go if you're on good terms with the divines, but be warned, the priestesses of Dibella don't allow men into their inner sanctums, so don't go crashing down in there uninvited unless you want a short trip to a long fall. Sidna Mine is the place where all the silver comes from that I mentioned before, but it's also the jail. Markarth uses prisoners to mine the ore, and there's a lot of it, so don't get caught doing something illegal in the city, or you'll be hauled down there to dig. Apparently the whole place is owned by one of the big families in the city, the Silverbloods. Notice the inn is named after them? Always keep your sellsword eye open for hints like that. I tried meeting with the head of the Silverblood family to see if they had any work, but guarding their mines isn't the blood rush I become a mercenary for. Something to keep in mind for yourself if you're thinking of staying a few months. The final place I'll talk about here is Understone Keep, the home of the Jarl in Markarth. It's a fancy palace like any other, assuming your palace is built underground, but what you need to know is the city underneath the keep. That's right, there's another city below Markarth, one of those old dwarven ruins. They sometimes have expeditions in the ruins that makes for a good job, guarding the scholars and maybe lifting a few stones here and there. If you're lucky you might come across one of those old dwarven machines, and you can bring back a souvenir after you're done breaking it apart. Alright, Mrs. Alea's hand is getting tired if that means this guide is done. Last piece of advice, don't cause trouble in Markarth. Don't start fights, don't stop fights, don't stick your head anywhere without someone from the city paying you for it, because believe me, no one in Markarth wants you there. Make your gold, drink your mead, see what's there to see, and move on. Nothing changes in the City of Stone, that's just fine. Alright, bit of a shady place then. Cannot wait while being asked to leave. Interesting.
You need a lead. You need a lead. Hey, get out of here.
Almost
You need a
done.
lead.
You're that one from the
You
college.
need a lead.
Heard about you.
You need a lead.
Did Rongar go somewhere?
You need a lead.
Loki wanted to talk to him.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists. Father says I'm too young to train with the sword,
Gotcha.
so I practice with my fists.
Huh?
I worry about the other
You
settlements in
need
the
a lead.
hold. Unwalled, lightly manned. Prime targets for those damn dragons.
Okay, y'all's a little
Get
kids.
out of here.
Another wanderer here to lick my
Okay.
father's boots. Good job.
Just checking that was one I'd seen before. Ooh, we'll take the honey nut tree.
You need a lead.
Long taffy tree.
You need a
I don't think we've ever had one of those before. 10 points of health, 5 points of stamina. Nice.
Hey, get out. Out of here.
Almost done looting your place.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so
Ooh,
I
boiled
practice
cream
with my
treats,
fists.
thank you. Okay, we can't take that necklace.
Hey, get out of here.
Brief History Volume 1. Were we missing one, or was it Volume 1 we were missing, I wonder? No, we weren't missing one, but we'll take it anyway.
You need to leave.
I didn't even realize there was more here. Okay, Dagny, just...
You know, I saw something near Shimmer Mist Cave to the northeast. Some kind of creature, small and wicked. Never seen its like before.
Okay, map updated. Thank you, God.
You need to leave.
And the Jarl currently sleeping. So we'll naturally take all of his silverware
You need to leave.
and all of his drinks. And he's still gonna like us.
You need to leave. You need to leave.
In a minute.
Hey, get out of here.
Alright, Lydia, I hope you're ready to carry some stuff.
You need to leave.
Goes out to Whiterun.
Got to keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time.
You need to leave.
Okay, this area's done.
You need to leave. You need to leave.
Before the Ages of Man. Yep, we've read that. I think that was a skill book, but I can't remember what it was for. Alright, y'all's got a little bit of a library, so we're going to be staying here for a while, maybe. Cake and the Diamond, I know we've read.
You need to
Brief History, Volume 4, we've read. Iron Helmet. Scourge of the Grey Quarter. Now, we just learned that the Grey Quarter is like the Dunmer area of Windhelm. So... Oh, we have actually read this one, okay.
leave.
The Wisp Mother doesn't sound like one we've done. And it isn't. Here we go.
You need to leave.
The Wisp Mother, Two Theories by Matthias Etienne. Among the folktales in the northern reaches of Skyrim, few subjects are as popular as the Wisp Mother, ghostly women who lure unsuspecting travellers to their doom, steal children, and takes vengeance on those who wrong them in life. Similar tales exist throughout Tamriel, the Meluzane of Stros Makai who lure ships to wreck on jagged shoals, then consume the souls of those aboard, the Serpentine Chalice of Blackmarsh, the Ambranal of Valenwood. But unlike these mythic creatures, most scholars conceive that Wisp Mothers actually exist. Though rare, credible reports of their sightings are simply too frequent to be ignored, herein a synopsis of what can be gleaned from provincial legends and the dominant theories of what they may actually be. Wisp Mothers. Most tales agree on only a few basic facts about Wisp Mothers. They are always female. They take the form of human, some say elven, spirits, wreathed in mist and decaying rags. They have an affinity for frost magic, rarely appearing in more temperate climes. But beyond that, the tales differ wildly. Some say they are ghosts waiting to be laid to rest. Others that they are all that remains of the snow elves who once ruled Skyrim. Some say they are native to Hjalmarch, or the north more generally, but other tales mention them in forgotten places on mountaintops as far away as the Gerals. Most reputable scholars dismiss these stories, preferring instead to focus on a few documented sightings from recent years. From these, two dominant theories have emerged. Based on his extensive research into necromancy and Cyrodiil's alien culture, Master Sagran Sarefi posits that Wisp Mothers are a necrologic state, a type of lichdom developed by a now-forgotten First-Era culture. Under his theory, these are no mere ghosts. They are a cult of powerful sorceresses who achieved eternal life through undeath. So like Oblivion Liches, basically. Alternatively, Lidet Villian of the Synod contends that Wisp Mothers are not undead at all, but rather elemental manifestations arising out of Nirn itself. By noting several similarities to Spriggans and Ice Wraiths, she contends that the Wisp Mothers are essentially elemental personifications of snow or mist, innately wielding the power of their element instead of manipulating it through conventional sorcery. Wisps. In most accounts, the victim is initially drawn to the Wisp Mother by glowing, ghostly lights. Although initially passive, these creatures later attack in tandem with her, distracting the victim and draining their energy. Popular legend holds that these are the spirits of the Wisp Mother's previous victims. These spirits strengthen her, so anyone hoping to destroy her must first release the souls of those she has killed. To scholars, this description immediately recalls the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Oh yeah, remember those? A rare and dangerous swamp denizen of southern Tamriel. Oddly, Cyrodiilic legends invariably refer to wisps as lone predators, while these appear to exist in some sort of symbiotic relationship with others of their kind. Villian argues that these wisps are a subspecies of true wisps, scavengers that lure prey to the Wisp Mother and share in the psycho-ethereal energy released by her kills. As codependent scavengers, they most likely lack the formidable defenses of their predatory cousins, rendering them far more vulnerable. Alternately, Seraphi posits that these wisps are merely emanations or conjurations of a Wisp Mother, and not free living creatures. This is supported by one incident in which an adventurer reportedly killed a Wisp Mother directly, only to observe the remaining wisps immediately perish as well, though the source is considered highly unreliable. In summary, scholarly opinion about Wisp Mothers and wisps is sharply divided, and is likely to remain so for some time, but all sources agree on one crucial point: these are highly dangerous foes and should be avoided at all costs. What do you think, guys? Are we going to avoid them? Who knows?
You need to leave. Hey, get out of here.
Alright, next up is harvesting frostbite spider venom. My reserves of frostbite spider venom are nearly depleted. The injuries I suffered in my last encounter with these deadly arachnids prevent me from undertaking the task myself, which is why I've hired you. Well, we know how to harvest it, clearly, because we can get it from every frostbite spider we find. Collecting the venom of the frostbite spider is not a complicated task, but there is some risk involved. I've written this brief guide in the hope that you'll be able to avoid making some of the mistakes that I've made. Frostbite spiders most often make their lairs in caves. These creatures do not shun the icy climes of the north, for as their name implies, they are largely immune to the cold. When food is especially scarce, a spider will venture out to hunt prey in the wilderness. Usually, however, the eight-legged devils prefer to ambush those unfortunate creatures who venture into their cavern seeking shelter. The easiest way to locate a nest of frostbite spiders is to search for their large webs. Just take care not to get caught in one, for these webs are strong enough to trap a full-grown man. Once any part of you touches the sticky threads, it's nearly impossible to get free without help. Also, keep a watchful eye toward the ceiling. The frostbite spider is as stealthy as it is swift, and can drop down onto your head and have its fangs in your back before you can scream. Well, there's a way to collect venom, though. Not quite for use, but, in your body. As long as you find the frostbite spider before it finds you, collecting the venom should be a simple matter. Because they rely on their webs to immobilize their prey, the creatures are not that difficult to kill in open combat. If you're inclined toward the arcane arts, don't bother with fire spells. Fire magic will serve you far better. With that, I will say farewell and good hunting. Remember, any loot that you find in the spider's web is yours to keep. The larger the hole, the larger the spider. Makes sense. Have we read Troll Slaying? Yep. Brief History Volume 3. Herbane's Bestiary Hagravens. Okay, we can read a bit about those. 5 Sunstorm. I have heard a tale most bizarre. A beautiful young woman cast out of town by the thrown stones of accusers for giving in to the dark arts. They say she fled into the Reach and never reappeared, and justly so, because they say the devilry of her magic had grown stronger with each new day. Shortly after, a witch of half woman and half bird had been sighted deep in the mountains, and as the sightings increased, the young women began to disappear. This tale has brought me to the Reach, where this witch they call a Hagraven makes it home. With sword and shield at the ready, for I must see this creature and I must slay it. 24 Suns Dawn. The stomach of an average man would turn at the cruelty set before me. I first saw the faction bone, the human skulls, the dead goat heads, mounted on pikes, filthy animal pelts, loose entrails, and feathers matted in blood. I had heard that forsworn revere and protect these Hagravens, and all around were their small crude trinkets and altars to these witches on which sat dull, empty soul gems, What vile creature would live where all things are dead? Deeper into the lair I heard it first, an unsteady shuffling, followed by a heaving, unforgettable stench. I thrust the torch in front of me and waited for my eyes to adjust to the tunnel of darkness ahead of me. I saw the silhouette of what I thought to be a frail woman of an awkward gait, but the light of the torch revealed something else. This hag raven was horrifying, almost human, but more an abomination of woman and creature fused together. Nothing more than a husk of humanity surrendered in exchange for possession of the powers of dark magic. This magic corrupted her greatly, and her dull glass eyes stared with hate from the visage of an old crone sat atop the body of a contorted, misshapen human body adorned with black feathers. It bristled as it let out a piercing scream, and as a vivid red light began to form in the palm of its talons, it was all I could do to raise my shield in defense of magic most foul. I fought through devilry that seemed to snatch life from me, and the thought that this thing was once a woman seemed to play on my nerves. Most men would have crumbled, but I do not bend. The Hagraven is a most repulsive creature and deserving of its fate, and its claws that are my trophy will tell the stories of Herebane's triumph. I have naught but to continue my travels and my conquests, for I have yet to see what would make me tremble. Alright, nice flex in there at the end. Bit about Hagravens. Cool. The Oblivion Crisis, I believe we have indeed perused. Yep. Myths of Sheogorath. I'm relying so much on this now. I'm pretty sure we have, but... Yep. Biography of Baron Zaya Volume 2. We are missing one of the Baron Zaya books. I think it's for Real Volume 1, right? Yeah, I think we've read the full biography. Yeah, 1 to 3. Galerion the Mystic. Yeah, I've not read. Not in Skyrim, anyway. Galerion the Mystic by Asgrim Colescrag. During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Vanus Galerion was born under the name Trectus, a serf on the estate of a minor nobleman, Lord Genas of Solisich on Ker. Trectus's father and mother were common labourers, but his father had secretly, against the Lord Genas, taught himself and then Trectus to read. Lord Genas had been advised that literate serfs were an abomination in nature and dangerous to themselves and their lords, and had closed all bookstores within Solisich on Ker. All booksellers, poets, and teachers were forbidden, except within Genas's keep. Nevertheless, a small-scale smuggling operation kept a number of books and scrolls in circulation right under Genas's shadow. When Trectus was 8, the smugglers were found and imprisoned. Some said that Trectus's mother, an ignorant and religious woman fearful of her husband, was the betrayer of the smugglers. There were other rumours as well. The trial of the smugglers was non-existent and the punishment swift. The body of Trectus's father was kept hanging for weeks during the hottest summer Solisich on Ker had seen in centuries. 3 months later, Trectus ran away from Lord Genas's estate. He made it as far as Alinor, halfway across Somerset Isle. A band of troubadours found him nearly dead, curled up in a ditch by the side of a road. They nursed him to health and employed him as an errand boy in return for food and shelter. One of the troubadours, a soothsayer named Helion, began testing Trectus's mind and found the boy, though shy, to be preternaturally intelligent and sophisticated given his circumstances. Helion recognized in the boy a commonality, for Helion had been trained on the Isle of Artaeum as a mystic. When the troupe was performing in the village of Patanza on the far eastern end of Somerset, Helion took Trectus, then a boy of 11, to the Isle of Artaeum. The Magister of the Isle, Iacesis, recognized potential in Trectus and took him on as pupil, giving him the name of Vanus Galerion. It should be Galerion, shouldn't it? Not Galerion. Vanus trained his mind on the Isle of Artaeum as well as his body. Thus was the first Archmagister of a Magus Guild trained. That's how we know Galerion as the founder of the Magus Guild, right? From the physics of the Isle of Artaeum he received his training. From his childhood of wanton injustice he received his philosophy of sharing knowledge. Cool. We're now over encumbered, just from looting the Jarl stuff. Ruins of Kemmelzee. Nope. Okay. The Ruins of Kemmelze by Roland Nordson. With the acclamations of the Fellows of the Imperial Society still ringing in my ears, I decided to return to Morrowind immediately. It was not without some regret that I bade farewell to the flesh pots of the Imperial City, and I knew that the wonders I had brought back from Raled Makai had only scratched the surface of the Dwemer ruins in Morrowind. Even more spectacular treasures were out there, I felt, just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. I also had before me the salutary example of poor Bannerman, who was still dining out on his single expedition to Blackmarsh 20 years ago. It would never be me, I vowed. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time I would have the full cooperation of the Imperial authorities. No more need to worry about attacks from superstitious locals, but where should I look next? The ruins at Kemmelze were the obvious choice. Unlike Raled Makai, getting to the ruins would not be a problem. Also known as the Cliff City, Kemmelze lies on the mainland side of the Vardenfell Rift, sprawling down the sheer coastal cliff. Travellers from the east coast of Vardenfell often visit the site by boat, and it can also be reached overland from the nearby villages without undue hardship. Once my expedition had assembled in Seydanin, with the usual tedious complications involved in operating in this half-civilized land, we set out for the village of Marog near the ruins, where we hoped to hire a party of diggers. My interpreter, Twen Panay, an unusually jolly fellow for a dark elf who I had hired in Seydanin at the recommendation of the local garrison commander, assured me that the local villagers would be very familiar with Kemmelze, having looted the site for generations. Incidentally, 10 penny, just reminded me of GTA San Andreas, as we soon came to call him to his constant amusement, proved invaluable, and I would recommend him without hesitation to any of my colleagues who are planning similar expeditions to the wilds of Morrowind. Not Los Santos. At Marog, we ran into our first trouble. The hetman of the village, a reserved, elegant old fellow, seemed willing to cooperate, but the local priest, a representative of the reserved religion they have here, worshipping something called the Tribunal, who they claim actually live in palaces in Morrowind, was fervently against us excavating the ruins. He looked likely to sway the villagers to his side with his talk of religious taboos, but I waved the Empress's letter under his nose and mentioned something about my friend the garrison commander at Seydanin, and he quieted right down. No doubt this was just a standard negotiating tactic arranged among the villagers to increase their pay. In any event, once the priest had sulked off muttering to himself, no doubt calling down curses upon the heads of the foreign devils, we soon had a line of villagers eager to sign on to the expedition. While my assistant was working out the mundane details of contracts, supplies, etc., Master Aram and I rode on to the ruins. By land they could only be reached using narrow paths that wind down the face of the cliff from above, where any misstep threatens to send one tumbling into the sea foaming about the jagged rocks below. The city's original entrance to the surface must have been in the part of the city to the northeast, the part that fell into the sea long ago when the eruption of Red Mountain created this mind-bogglingly vast crater. After successfully navigating the treacherous path, we found ourselves in a large chamber, open to the sky on one side, disappearing into the darkness on the other. As we stepped forward, our boots crunched on piles of broken metal, as common in dwarven ruins as potsherds in other ancient sites. This was obviously where the looters brought their finds from deeper levels, stripping off the valuable outer casings of the dwarven mechanisms and leaving their innards here, easier than lugging the intact mechanisms back up to the top of a cliff. I laughed at myself, thinking of the many warriors unwittingly walking around Tamriel with pieces of dwarven mechanisms on their backs. For that, of course, is what most dwarven armour really is, just the armoured shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. This place was obviously full of dwarven devices, judging from the litter covering the floor of this vast chamber. Or had been, I reminded myself. Looters had been working over this site for centuries. Just the casing alone would be worth a small fortune, sold as armour. Most dwarven armour is made of mismatched pieces from various devices, hence its reputation for being bulky and unwieldy, but a match set from an intact mechanism is worth more than its weight in gold, for the pieces all fit together smoothly and the wearer hardly notices the bulk. Of course I had no intention of destroying my finds for armour, no matter how valuable. I would bring it back to the Society for Scientific Study. I imagined the astonished cries of my colleagues as I unveiled it at my next lecture, and smiled again. I picked up a discarded gear from the piles at my feet. It still gleamed brightly, as if new-made, the dwarven alloys resisting the corrosion of time. I wondered what secrets remained hidden in the maze of chambers that lay before me, to find the efforts of looters, waiting to gleam again in the light they had not seen in long eons, waiting for me. It remained only to find them. With an impatient gesture to Master Aram to follow, I strode forward into the gloom. Master Aram, Tenpenny and I spent several days exploring the ruins, while my assistant set up camp at the top of the cliff and hauled supplies and equipment from the village. I was looking for a promising area to begin excavation, a blocked passage or corridor untouched by looters that might lead to completely untouched areas of the ruins. We found 2 such areas early on, but soon discovered that the many winding passages bypassed the blockage and gave access to the rooms behind. Nevertheless, even these outer areas, for the most part stripped clean of artifacts by generations of looters, were full of interest to the professional archaeologist. Behind a massive bronze door, burst from its hinges by some ancient turmoil of the earth, we discovered a large chamber filled with exquisite wall carvings, which impressed even the jaded Tenpenny, who claimed to have explored every dwarven ruin in Morrowind. They seemed to depict an ancient ritual of some kind, with a long line of classically bearded dwarven elders processing down the side walls, all seemingly bowing to the giant form of a god carved into the front wall of the chamber, which was caught in the act of stepping forth from the crater of the mountain in a cloud of smoke or steam. According to Master Aram, there are no known depictions of dwarven religious rituals, so this was an exciting find indeed. They set a team to work prying the carved panels from the wall, but they were unable to even crack the surface. On closer examination, the chamber appeared to be faced with a metallic substance with a texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our tools. I considered having Master Aram try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided that the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I would have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle for taking rubbings of the carvings. If my colleagues in the society showed enough interest, I was sure a specialist could be found, perhaps a master alchemist who could find a way to safely remove the panels. I found another curious room at the top of the long winding stair, barely passable due to the fall of rubble from the roof. At the top of the stair was a domed chamber with a large ruined mechanism at its centre. Painted constellations were still visible in some places on the surface of the dome. Master Aram and I agreed that this must have been some kind of observatory, and the mechanism was therefore the remains of a dwarven telescope. To remove it from ruins down the narrow stairway would require its complete disassembly, which fact probably had preserved it from the attention of looters, so I decided to leave it in place for the time being. The existence of this observatory suggested, however, that this room had once been above the surface. Closer examination of the structure revealed that this was indeed a building, not an excavated chamber. The only other doorways from the room were completely blocked, and careful measurements from the top of the cliff to the entry room and then to the observatory revealed that we were still more than 250 feet below the present ground level. A sobering reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. This discovery led us to focus our attentions downward. Since we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay, we could rule out many of the higher block passages. One wide passage, impressively flanked with carven pillars, particularly drew my interest. It ended in a massive rockfall, but we could see where looters had begun and then abandoned a tunnel through this debris. With my team of diggers and Master Aram's magery to assist, I believed we could succeed where our predecessors had failed. I therefore set my team of Dark Elves to work on clearing the passage. My Dark Elves specifically. Relieved finally to be beginning the real exploration of Kemmelze. Soon I hoped my boots would be stirring up dust that had lain undisturbed since the dawn of time. With this exciting prospect before me, I may have driven my diggers a bit too hard. Tenpenny reported that they were beginning to grumble about the long days and that some were talking of quitting. Knowing from experience that nothing puts heart back into these Dark Elves like a taste of the lash, I had the ringleaders whipped and the rest confined to the ruins until they had finished clearing the passageway. Deary me. Thanks Stendar for my foresight in requisitioning a few legionnaires from Seydanin. They were sullen at first, but with a promise of an extra day's wages when they broke through, they soon set to work with a will. While these measures may sound harsh to my readers back in the comforts of civilization, let me assure you that there is no other way to get these people to stick to a task. Dear me, why don't you pay them an extra day's wages? The blockage was much worse than I had first thought, and in the end it took almost 2 weeks to clear the passage. The diggers were as excited as I was when their picks finally broke through the far end into emptiness, and we shared a round of the local liquor together, a foul concoction in truth, to show that all was forgiven. I could hardly restrain my eagerness as they enlarged the hole to allow entry into the chamber beyond. Would the passage lead to entire new levels of the ancient city, filled with artifacts left by the vanished dwarves, or would it be only a dead end, some side passage leading nowhere? My excitement grew as I slid through the hole and crouched for a moment in the darkness beyond. From the echoing sounds of the stones rattling beneath my feet, I was in a large room, perhaps very large. I stood up carefully and unhooded my lantern. As the light flooded the chamber, I looked around in astonishment. Here were wonders beyond even my wildest dreams. As the light from my lamp filled the chamber beyond the rockfall, I looked around in astonishment. Everywhere was the warm glitter of dwarven alloys. I had found an untouched section of the ancient city. My heart pounding with excitement, I looked around me. The room was vast, the roof soaring up into darkness beyond the reach of my lamp. The far end lost in shadows with only a tantalizing glimmer hinting at treasures not yet revealed. Along each wall stood rows of mechanical men, intact except for one oddity. Their heads had been ritually removed and placed on the floor at their feet. This could mean only one thing. I had discovered the tomb of a great dwarven noble, maybe even a king. Burials of this type had been discovered before, most famously by Ransom's expedition to Hammerfell, but no completely intact tomb had ever been found, until now. But if this was truly a royal burial, where was the tomb? I stepped forward gingerly, the rows of headless bodies standing silently as they had for eons. A disembodied eye seeming to watch me as I passed. I had heard wild tales of the curse of the dwarves, but had always laughed it off as superstition. But now, breathing the same air as the mysterious builders of the city, which had lain undisturbed since the cataclysm that spelled their doom, I felt a twinge of fear. There was some power here. I felt something malevolent that resented my presence. I stopped for a moment and listened. All was silent, except it seemed I heard a faint hiss. Regular as breathing, I fought down a sudden surge of panic. I was unarmed, not thinking of danger in my haste to explore past the blocked passage. Sweat dripped down my face as I scanned the gloom for any movement. The room was warm, I suddenly noticed, much warmer than the rest of the labyrinth thus far. My excitement returned. Could I have found a section of the city still connected to a functioning steam grid? Pipes ran along the walls, as in all sections of the city. I walked over and placed my hand on one. It was hot, almost too hot to touch. Now I saw that in places where the ancient piping had corroded, small jets of steam were escaping, the sound I had heard. I laughed at my own credulity. I now advanced quickly to the far end of the room, giving a cheerful salute to the ranks of mechanical soldiers who had appeared so menacing only moments before. I smiled with triumph as the light swept back the darkness of centuries to reveal the giant effigy of a dwarven king standing on a raised dais, his metal hand clutching his rod of office. This was a surprise indeed. I circled the dais slowly, admiring the craftsmanship of the ancient dwarves. The golden king stood 20 feet tall under a freestanding domed cupola, his long, unswept beard jutting forward proudly as his glittering metal eyes seemed to follow me. But my superstitious mood had passed, and I gazed benevolently on the old dwarven king. By king, as I had already begun to think of him, I stepped onto the dais to get a better look at the sculpted armor. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure opened, and it raised a mailed fist to strike. Ooh, a dwarven centurion, I believe. I leaped to one side as the golden arm came crashing down, striking sparks from the steps where I had stood a moment before. With a hiss of steam and the whir of gears, the giant figure stepped ponderously out from under its canopy and strode towards me with frightening speed, its eyes tracking me as I scrambled backwards. I dodged behind a pillar as the fist whistled down again. I had dropped my lantern in the confusion, and now I crept into the darkness outside the pool of light, hoping to slip between the headless mechanisms and thus escape back to the safety of the passageway. Where had the monster gone? You'd think that a 20-foot golden kind would be hard to miss, but he was nowhere to be seen. The guttering lamp only illuminated a small part of the room. He could be hiding anywhere in the gloom. I crawled faster. Without warning, the dim ranks of dwarven soldiers in front of me went flying as a monstrous guardian loomed before me. He had cut off my escape. As I dodged backwards, blow after blow whistled down as the implacable machine followed me relentlessly, driving me into the far corner of the room. At last there was nowhere left for me to go. My back was to the wall. I glared up at my foe, determined to die on my feet. The huge fist lifted for one final blow. The room blazed with sudden light. Bolts of purple energy crackled across the metal carapace of the dwarven monster, and it halted, half turning to meet this new threat. Master Aram had come. I was about to raise a cheer when the giant figure turned back to me, unharmed by the lightning bolt hurled by Master Aram. Determined to destroy this first intruder, I shouted out, "Steam! Steam!" as the giant raised his fist to crush me into the floor. There was a hiss and a gust of bitter cold, and I looked up. The monster was now covered with a shell of ice. Frozen in the very moment of dispatching me, Master Aram had understood. I leaned against the wall with relief. The ice cracked above me. The giant golden king stood before me, the shell of ice falling away, his head swiveling towards me in triumph. Was there no stopping this dwarven monstrosity? But then the light faded from his eyes, and his arms dropped to his sides. The magical frost had worked, cooling its steam-driven energy. As Master Aram and the diggers crowded around me, congratulating me on my narrow escape, my thoughts drifted. I imagined my return to the Imperial City, and I knew that this would be my greatest triumph yet. How could I possibly top this find? Perhaps it was time to move on, recovering the fabled Eye of Argonia. Now that would be a coup. I smiled to myself, reveling in the glory of the moment, but already planning my next adventure. Well, a lengthy one, but a fun read nonetheless. Pension of the Ancestor Moth. What about the Third Era timeline? Nope. Okay, we'll read that then. The Third Era, an abbreviated timeline by Jaspis Ignatius. It has been said that citizens of the Empire who make the same mistakes as their forebears deserve to suffer the same fate. And while this may be true, it's hard to deny that the Empire's history is so long, and our forebears have made so many mistakes it's sometimes hard to keep track. This work is meant to serve as a concise compilation of the Empire's most recent events in this, our current age, what we refer to as the Third Era. It is a period of time that has as yet comprised less than 500 years, but it should at least serve as a starting point for those who wish to study our Empire's vast and varied history, and maybe, just maybe, prevent the repeat of a previous disaster. It is also worth noting that when viewed in such a succinct structure, one truly gets a sense of just how often our great empire has changed leadership. Indeed, it can be argued that much of the empire's history in these past 5 centuries is the changing rule of that very empire itself. 1st century. Third Era 0. Beginning of Third Era when all provinces in Tamriel are united. Third Era 38. Death of Emperor Tiber Septim and crowning of Emperor Pelagius. Third Era 41. Assassination of Emperor Pelagius and crowning of Empress Kintira. Third Era 48. Death of Empress Kintira and crowning of Emperor Uriel I. Third Era 64. Death of Emperor Uriel I and crowning of Emperor Uriel II. Third Era 82. Death of Emperor Uriel II and crowning of Emperor Pelagius II. Third Era 99. Death of Emperor Pelagius II and crowning of Emperor Antiochus. 2nd century. Third Era 110. War of the Isle. Third Era 111. Knights of the Nine founded by Sir Emil Lannis. Oh, that's interesting. Third Era 114. Reported death of Empress Kintira II. Wait, what the hell? Didn't mention anything about Kintira being crowned. Third Era 119. Birth of Pelagius III. Third Era 121. Uriel III proclaimed Emperor. Third Era 121. War of the Red Diamond. Third Era 123. 23 Frostfall. Actual death of Empress Kintira II in captivity, in secret. Third Era 127. Death of Emperor Uriel III and crowning of Emperor Sepphoris I. Third Era 137. Death of Potema, the Queen of Solitude. Third Era 140. Death of Emperor Sepphoris I and crowning of Emperor Magnus. Third Era 145. Death of Emperor Magnus and crowning of Emperor Pelagius III. The Mad. Third Era 153. Death of Emperor Pelagius III. Third Era 153. Kataraya takes throne from husband. Pelagius becoming Empress. Oh, from husband Pelagius becoming Empress. 3rd century. Third Era 200. Death of Empress Kataraya and crowning of Emperor Cassinda. Third Era 202. Death of Emperor Cassinda and crowning of Emperor Uriel IV. Third Era 247. Death of Emperor Uriel IV and crowning of Emperor Sepphoris II. Third Era 249. Invasion of the Empire by the Lich, Cameron Usurper. Third Era 253. Cameron Usurper controls the Dwynnin region with Nightmare Host. Third Era 267. Defeat of Cameron Usurper. Third Era 268. Crowning of Emperor Uriel V. Third Era 271 to Third Era 284. Various conquests of the Emperor Uriel Septim V. Third Era 288. Invasion of Akavir by the forces of Emperor Uriel Septim V. Third Era 290. Death of the Emperor Uriel V. And crowning of Emperor Uriel VI. 4th century. Third Era 307. Uriel VI gains full power as Emperor. Third Era 320. Death of Uriel VI and crowning of Empress Morihata. Third Era 331. Publication of the 2nd edition of A Pocket Guide to the Empire. Third Era 339. Assassination of Empress Morihata and crowning of Emperor Pelagius IV. Third Era 389. Jaeger Farm betrays Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Oh, missed when Uriel was crowned. Maybe because these are past games, that the dates vary depending on how you play them, I guess. That's my only thought. Third Era 396. Regional wars throughout Tamriel. 3rd era 396, the Arnesian War. 3rd era 399, defeat of Jaeger Farm. 3rd era 399, the founding of Orsinium. 5th century. 3rd era 403, assassination of Lysandus, the king of Daggerfall. 3rd era 414, Vardenfell territory open for settlement. 3rd era 417, the warp in the west occurs. 3rd era 421, Greywind founds the Crimson Scars. Wow, that's even included. We've learned a bit about that in Oblivion with the Deep Scorn Hollow DLC. 3rd era 427, beginning of the Blight Curse in Vardenfell and arrival of the Nerevarine. 3rd era 427, the Blood Moon prophecy comes to pass on the Isle of Solstein. 3rd era 432, publication of the 3rd edition of a Pocket Guide to the Empire. 3rd era 433, assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. Oh no. 3rd era 433, so I guess this is when Oblivion starts. The Oblivion Crisis. 3rd era 433, the Knights of the Nine are reformed. And that's it. Some other stuff happened there too. But I guess those are the main bits. Okay, Book of Daedra, we've done. Darkest Darkness. We've done. Thief of Virtue, pretty sure we've done as well. Another Ice Race Bestiary. Songs of Return, Volume 7. By The Tale of the Jorvaska. So these books are like the companions, I believe. When at last the rightful claim of Sarfel had been retaken, driving the murderous elves back to their lofty cities, great Ysgramor turned and let loose the fearsome war cry that echoed across all the oceans. The 500 who yet stood joined in the ovation for the victory and the lament for their fallen peers. It was said to be heard on the distant and chilling green shores of Atmora, and the ancestors knew their time had come to cross the seas. As the reverberations echoed out and drowned to silence, all looked to Ysgramor, who bore the blessed Wulfrad for his next commandment. That's familiar to me, Wulfrad. I don't remember what it is, but I think we're going to find out in Skyrim for sure. For his next commandment, with his lungs that bellowed forth the fury of humanity, he bade them to continue their march, that the devious Mer might know the terror they had brought on themselves with their trickery. Go forth, he roared, into the belly of this new land, drive the wretched from their palaces of idleness, oblige them to squalor and toil that they would see their betrayals of the all-sin against our kind, give no quarter, show no kindness, for they would not give nor show you the same. Our great forebear gave this order as he did not yet understand the prophecy of the twin snakes, that he would be fated to die before seeing the true destiny of his line. Hearing this, the circle of captains gathered each their crews unto themselves. From here they decreed, we will go forth. Let each ship's band make its own way, seeking their fates to the open sun, a night spent in feasting. The oath of the companions was sworn anew, with each of the 500, so they still named their count, in honour of the shields that were broken at Sarfel, swearing to act as shield brother and shield sister to any of yet more in line with their fates to ever again entwine. As the red hands of dawn stretched from the east, so broke the 500 companions of Ysgramor, setting about their journeys, sailing now across the land with waves of stone and crests of trees flowing under their footed hulls. The first to break from the grounded fleet was the crew of the Jorvaska, who had been formed of Ysgramor's closest friends. Their captain was known as Jeek of the River, so called by the Harbinger himself from their youth's past in glory. When assembling their glistening hull, he sought out the labours of Menro and Manwë, who now bore the native timbers across this new land of Tamriel. Among their fiercest were Tisnel, who was twice named, and Tur, his twin and shield brother whose girth was never spoken of to his face. There were others too in their band, Mexim the Walker, Brunel, who fought with his offhand, and Just the Smiler. These and others were sworn to Jeek, and they pushed forth into the shadows where yet the sun had not reached. Southwards they went by beast and by foot. Elves they found, though none remained to tell what those battles entailed. The numbers of the Jorvaska never faltered, so shrewd were they in battle, with minds as sharp as their blades. Once as the sun beat from its high home, Jonda the Tiny, the one who ran ahead, came over the hill to tell what was seen. Amidst the vast plain his eyes had met a monument of a bird, whose eyes and beak were opened in flame. When his brothers and sisters crested the hill, they too saw its glory, but they were afraid, for no elven settlement could be seen to the horizon. "But this is not seemly," said Clua, who went by Lot when hiding his face. "Is not this wide land fit for harvest? Why have not the elves, vile to their core, seen to exploit and tame it?" They asked of their elven captives, for they had many, what they found unfit about these plains. Yet even the captives who still bore their tongues could say nothing of the valley. They looked with fear at the winged colossus, and from their babblings did the warriors of the Jorvaska learn that it was older than even the elves themselves. Of those who wrought it solid from its mother stone nothing could be said, but it was known to drive a magic almost as old as Nirn itself, some remnant of the god's efforts to render a paradise in Mundus before the shattering of Lorcan. This first of many, this crew of the Jorvaska, heathens and ancestors to us all, feared no stories or gods. Indeed, if there was something the elves feared, they would have it for their own. Thus began the labours once more of Menro and Manwë, whose eager hands again laid to the Utmoran wood which had borne them all across the sea, and what was their ship became their shelter as this valley became their purview, until the end of all their days. Thus began the building of the great city, circled by the running of the White River, as brought forth by these beloved of Ysgramor, yet but 22 of the glorious 500 companions. Alright, I guess Great City's Whiterun in this case, because Jorvaska is like the companion's home there. Very cool. Berger Prince, pretty sure we have. And another real Baron's Eye. Yep, we are still taking everything. Bunch of silver ingots. I'm surprised we're allowed to take those. Okay, can't take the paralyzed poison. Antecedents of Dwemer lore. I know we've read that. Lost Legends. This was one I confused with Red Eagle. And Real Baron's Eye, Volume 5. Just to check, it is just 2 to 5 we've read. Yeah. Oh, there's a little wardrobe here.
Hey, get out of here!
I'm not done looting. I also still need to talk to your dad.
You need to leave.
By my honor, I am at your command.
Okay, well. I'm going to actually take that circlet back. Don't want to give her anything she might use. Okay.
Let's going then.
She can't actually carry that much, unfortunately. We still have some more. Okay, let's go into the Jarl's room.
Hey, get out of here!
We just read Volume 7. It's fine.
to leave.
Oh, didn't want that.
You need to leave. Hey, get out of here.
Fishing clothes. Not sure if we had that before.
You need to leave.
And we found another unusual gem, aka, well, we don't know what it is yet. I'm not going to spoil it, but we found one before, didn't we? In
Get out of here.
at the end of that quest, the Oblivion. No, what am I saying Oblivion for? At the end of that quest, the Falmore infiltration quest. We found it in that cave, didn't we? Okay, I think that's just about everything. Balgruuf, you now have no possessions.
Watch over your battles, friend.
I need your help. I need to trap a dragon in your palace.
I must have misheard you. I thought you asked me to help you trap a dragon in my palace.
You know, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important.
I'm sorry, but I can't do it. We'll just have to keep fighting the dragons as best we can.
Alright, we failed the speechcraft. Dragon's Reach was built to hold the dragon.
According to legend, although I never thought to put the tale to the test. Jarl Olaf One-Eye it was, who later became High King. They say he shouted it into submission in single combat atop Mount Anthor, and brought it back to Whiterun. Numenex was the dragon's name. That's his skull decorating the main hall.
Oh, interesting. So let's try this again.
What you're asking for is insane. Impossible. You want me to let a dragon into the heart of my city, with the threat of war on my doorstep?
I mean, it's just one. I mean, I've beaten plenty of dragons completely on my own. Surely the army of Whiterun can be spared to take down one dragon. It's the only way to stop the dragon attacks.
There must be another way. The risk is too great.
The threat is worse than you know. Alduin has returned.
Alduin, the World Eater himself. But how can we fight him? Doesn't his return mean it's the end times?
Well, I'm trying to stop that from happening, Jarl Balgruuf, but apparently you find like, protecting your city a bit more important. I'm Dragonborn. It's my destiny to stop him.
I don't know about such things, but I heard the Greybeard summon you. That's good enough for me. Now what's this nonsense about trapping a dragon in my palace?
Well, don't call it nonsense right after you say it's good enough for you. It's the only way to find Alduin before it's too late.
I want to help you, Dragonborn, and I will, but I need your help first.
Of course.
Ulfric and General Tullius are both just waiting for me to make a wrong move. Do you think they will sit idle while the dragon is slaughtering my men and burning my city? No. I can't risk weakening the city while we are under the threat of enemy attack. I'm sorry.
What if you didn't have to worry about an enemy attack?
Then I would be glad to help you with your mad dragon trapping.
Well, you just had to say so.
Getting both sides to agree to a truce will be difficult at this point. The bitterness has gone too deep. Maybe. What of the Greybeards? They are respected by all Nords. High Hrothgar is neutral territory. If the Greybeards were willing to host a peace council, then maybe Ulfric and Tullius would have to listen.
Okay, so looks like we're having a peace council. And given current events, not too far off what actually happens. Okay, leave that to me. I'll talk to Arngir about hosting a peace council.
Aye, Dragonborn. Maybe you can stop the dragons, and this war into the bargain.
I know you're not ready, but I want to hear the dialogue. Are you ready to spring the trap on the dragon?
My men will be ready when you are, Dragonborn. You have a truce to arrange first, eh? Now, if you don't mind, I've got a city to keep.
Oh, I don't mind.
What is it that you need?
Okay, well, you're gonna lose your voice if
I
you...
used to be an adventurer
right.
like you, and I took an arrow in the knee.
Okay, Dagny, you happy now? I'm going.
Hey, get out of here!
So rude. So rude. Am I gonna drop down here? Yeah. Airlift?
And what might you need?
Just checking if you had anything interesting to say. Well, before we go up, I think since we maxed out on loot,
What is it?
actually no, we don't need to. I think we're fine. Let's just go to High Hrothgar. Just check something. Okay, let's go to High Hrothgar. Aren't you glad we keep climbing up these stairs, Lydia? She's thrilled about it. Although she is a blade now, and the blade and the Greybeards are not exactly the best of friends, so she's kind of provoking from here, but whatever. She's with me. They won't do anything to her. Hungry dude, pray into some charcoal. What's up?
Alduin? We heard the Dragonren shout from here. You defeated him?
Yes, but he escaped. I need to find his portal to Sovngarde.
I feared as much. I thought it was him we saw flying east after your battle.
I need your help. I need to capture a dragon.
We are not warriors. What is overlooked in the Dragonborn is not permitted to any other followers of the Way of the Voice.
No, I don't need you to fight. I just need you to stop a war. I'll worry about capturing a dragon. I need your help to stop the war.
You misunderstand our authority. The Greybeards have never involved themselves in political affairs.
Jarl Balgruuf won't help me while the war rages.
I see. The dragon will lead you to Alduin, but without the Jarl's help.
Is there like no other way to capture a dragon than to use Dragon's Reach? Surely there's like rope or something that's... I don't know, surely it's possible to set this up somewhere else, no? Both sides respect the Greybeards. They will listen.
Paarthurnax has made the decision to help you. This is the road we have to walk. Even the Greybeards must bend to the winds of change, it seems. So be it. Tell Ulfric and General Tullius that the Greybeards wish to speak.
Can we not send like a
We will see
bird?
if they still remember us.
Okay, so now we need to talk to General Tullius and Ulfric Stormcloak. Are you ready to host the Peace Council?
Deliver the message to the warring parties. If they will listen, I will do what I can to bring them to terms.
Way to go, Arngir. Where has Alduin gone?
The old tales say that he can travel into Sovngarde to devour the souls of the dead. You must find out how he does this before he regains his strength and returns.
I hear you.
Sky, guard you.
Okay, so one of the quest markers is taking me to Arngir. Okay, where are we dropping? Okay, so Solitude is General Tullius. And we need to go to Windhelm to talk to Ulfric Stormcloak. So it looks like map-wise, Windhelm is actually closer. And we've been to Winterhold, which is kind of close. So let's go to the Shrine of Azura. Let's go talk to Ulfric first. And yeah, we actually get to meet Ulfric properly this time. We sat next to him in a cart. Now we can talk to him as a changed man. I wonder what he would have done if he knew I was Dragonborn. Okay, I got multiple quest markers, which is a little annoying. But yeah, we're just walking in the direction of Windhelm. And we once again trying to climb. Somehow sort of succeeding. Yep. I mean, we're sort of going the right way. There's an ice wraith over there. And a dead goat. Rest in peace, goat. Alright. Let's burn down. They hit hard. So do I, though. I was pretty close. Oh, Lydia family. All good. Still on the right path, yep. Quick save just in case, because this might hurt a bit. Oh, we're good. We should be able to see it soon now. with a fort. Well, the sneaks increased. Is there an enemy? I hear wolves. And they may see me. Maybe this is where we'll see Windhelm now. Oh, yeah, there it is. So this is like, Solitude's like the Imperial's capital, but Windhelm is like, the Stormcloaks main center. Alright, and here we are. We're not at the front entrance. But we found a mine right outside. Get some iron. And nice little flawless garnet. Don't mind that. Oh, there's more. So apparently if you just go around the outskirts... Oh no, is this the same one? No. This isn't the same one. Why can't I mine this one? Strange. Oh, and it's completely walled off on this side. So we're just going to have to go all the way around. No sneaky back doors, no. Are you? You're a good dog? Okay. Oh, is there like... Are we trapped in here? We're gonna have to find a way up to go around. They put a mine there, so there must be a reason. So they must have known people might go this way. But yeah, if you go down here, you're almost trapped. I mean, I'm sure there are a few ways out, but you know. You almost like just climb into Windhelm from here. Do wonder. probably going to end painfully. Yep. Oh, well, there's another way of doing it. Which I always forget I have. Oh, was that like an invisible barrier? I do believe so. We've just annoyed all of the citizens of Windhelm for no reason. Okay. Well, we get a nice tour of the outside of Windhelm. I'm sure this wolf will help show us around. Bit early on the swing there, but there we go. Oh, this iron we can get. I'm just having fun. Don't mind me. So, alright, we're still quite a way to go around, okay. Ooh, barrels, can't touch them. There's a random well, it's not random. Makes sense for there to be a warehouse here. Maybe time to put the old weapons away. We allowed to grab these? Yeah, we can grab some salmon. Oh, hello there.
It's no secret the Aretino boy is doing some ritual, trying to call the Dark Brotherhood. But who's going to stop him? Me? I'll have no part of that.
Why not?
Got to keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time. You hear the news? There's a dragon roosting up on Mount Anthor, to the northwest.
Thanks for the tip.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with his voice. Shouted him apart.
Surely you could not just ask him.
What is it, Red God? My heart goes out to Clan Shattershield. Kin murdered, family warhammer stolen. There's no fairness in all that. I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of mead. The Dunmer get their drinks at the new Nissus Corner Club. Why they can't just call it a tavern is beyond me. Watch the skies, traveler. You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf. No lollygagging. Everything all right? Stay out of trouble, Red Guard. For a dragon to attack Kynesgrove. Why? Why there? Is no place safe? If it's better board you're after, Candlehearth Hall's got both. I have to wonder, what does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Can the Thum be taught, like any skill? What do you need? Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll. Staying safe, I hope? South of here and west of the road lies Kronvanga Cave. Stay away from that cursed place, and the vampires that call it home. Maybe you've seen masts sticking out of the water to the northeast.
We're learning a lot here.
Of the Winter War. Fine vessel back in its day. The Imperials think we need their laws. Pfft. Disrespect the law, and you disrespect
Oh, we need your laws apparently.
news? There's a dragon roosting up on Mount Anthor, to the northwest.
Alright, I got you. Thanks, man. So, does this work? Yeah, this is it. Oh, we can loot this barrel. Give me your carrots. Give me your cabbages. Give me your apples. A tanning rack. Oh, we can turn horse and wolf into leather. We'll keep one leather. Maybe that's useful. Oh, I love the fisherman. Okay, let's head into Windhelm. See what's cracking. Okay, so here, no. This one. I'm confused. Okay, well, this seems to be the right direction. It is nice for just anyone can grab this food. Oh, hey Lydia. Glad we were able to catch up. Alright, who's this? Voltsy
It's
Gale.
good to spend some time on solid land. A life on the river makes for weak legs, so I do a lot of walking when we dock. Captain Kiar expects the best, but he's a fair man. He never fails to reward hard work and loyalty. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat.
Who this?
Farrell
Farrell
is
Efferon.
hard work. It's good to relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brothers harping about injustices. Of course, working for Bolfrida isn't my first choice. But what else can a Dunmer do?
Yeah, so we heard about the
My
Dunmers
sister
in
and I
Windhelm.
both work for the Nords. Our brother is ashamed of us, but at least we can afford to eat. Need something. Need something.
Good man.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
Alright, so racism.
Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave?
Nah, man, I don't hate you people.
You've come to the wrong city then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking. Unworthy of one such as you.
Oh, thanks. Looks like those Nords were giving you trouble.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us. But Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one.
Why would anyone think you're a spy?
Some of these Nords will come up with any excuse to despise us. And it isn't just the Dark Elves they hate. They make a target of the Argonians as well.
Yeah.
In fact, Just about anyone who isn't a Nord is fair game for their...
Well, they can try me if they want.
We're one of the same kind, you and I. I'm glad to have met you. Safe travels. Looking for shipping? We always offer better service than the East Empire Company.
I hear you. Alright, you two. What's with the racism, man, Rolf?
You a dark elf lover? Get out of our city, you filthy piece of trash.
Why do you hate the Dark Elves?
They're parasites. They're living in our city under our protection. But what do they do for us? Nothing. I know the High King invited them here, but he didn't ask me or anyone else first. Maybe he should have.
You really think the Dark Elves are Imperial spies?
Wouldn't surprise me. They've done nothing to help in the fight for Skyrim's freedom.
Why should they care?
I bet they're working together. Maybe I should round up some men and take us a few prisoners to interrogate.
Well, you're not a guard for a reason. I don't like your attitude.
Don't like it? Too bad. This is our city. Ours! Don't think I can take you? 100 septums say I can punch you back where you came from.
Ah. You're on.
Alright. Fists only. And none of that magic stuff either. Let's go.
Alright.
Come
Let's
on.
go.
Let's see what you're made of.
Oh, I am destroying this guy.
Do your worst.
Alright.
Drive that snow back to the ground.
Lydia's just like... Lydia wants to fight.
That wasn't a fair swing.
Wanna go again?
12 septums on the big one.
You lost? Give me my money.
Here.
The heck is going on?
Good to see you again, friend.
Oh, now we're
Get
friends.
out of my face.
You just called me a friend. Oh. Okay, well... Let's keep moving on. Who knows who else we'll find in Windhelm? Have we spoken to you?
I was one of the
And
best
Grenor once
soldiers in
on
the Stormcloak army until I took a sword to the chest.
Not an Aaron and he?
I'd be out there fighting the Imperials right now if it wasn't for my war wound.
Go on, have some money.
Thank you. Divines bless your kind heart. Until next time.
No props.
Farm work is hard work.
Yeah, we met
Good
you,
to
Pharaoh.
relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brothers harping about injustices.
Voltsy, yeah, we talked to you as well.
I'm a sailor on the North Wind. We're laying over in Windhelm.
Oh, we can grab from all of these barrels? Why didn't you say so?
It's good to spend some time on solid land.
I want to know see where all the fighting's happening. Damn it, I'm out of range. Or it was just a random piece of dialogue. Alright, there we go. We got all of that food.
This is Nordland.
I guess punching him didn't change his point of view. And I guess this be Mistvale Keep? Where Ulfric's chilling? Palace of the Kings. What's Mistvale Keep? Okay, this guard doesn't seem to care much. Let's have a look at where Ulfric is chilling.
Ulfric won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
And what would you have me do?
If he's not with us, he's against us.
He knows that. They all know that.
How long are you going to wait?
You think I need to send Borgroff a stronger message?
If by message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet.
It's not very
Taking
political.
the city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think?
So we're ready to start this war in earnest then?
Soon.
I still say you should take them all out like you did dead King Torrig.
Torrig was merely a message to the other Jarls. Whoever we replace them with will need the support of our armies.
We're ready when you are.
Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not...
The people are behind you.
Many
I'm behind you.
Still need convincing.
Okay, is that the end of the scene? Okay. Let's have a look around the palace. Got some cool guards, got upstairs area. Got Windhelm Barracks. Got some nice food and potions. We got the throne. I wonder if how Ulfric would react if we were to sit there. Got a little downstairs area, okay, a little food storage. I hear it. Oh, we can cook? Hey.
With their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Galmar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves.
Are you telling me? You tell them
I
over.
fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High King. But the day words are enough will be the day when soldiers like us are no longer needed.
Sounds good to me.
I would gladly retire from the world, were such a day to dawn.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
Alright, you're going back to planning. I'm going to go down here and see if there was anything I missed. Cheeses, sacks. Oh, there's a person here. Your life.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
What do you do for the Jarl?
For Ulfric? Well, nothing official. Known him for years. He seems to value my thoughts, and I'm grateful.
Oh, so you're just an advisor then?
I don't really have a mind for war, and I think he likes having an untrained opinion from time to time.
Can you tell me about Windhelm?
Grew up here. Cold as at Mora, but that just grows the beard sticker.
You don't have a beard.
Lots of history in these walls. We're trying to make some more. It's a lucky time to be alive.
Alright.
Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
I hear you. Oh.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
Wunferth the Unliving.
If Ulfric needs a favor, he has it. Anyone else better pay well for the service.
Destruction trading?
Mind what or who you practice this on.
We can afford it. And I'll probably get a level up out of this too. Yay, level up. Alright, well. We're out of money and we need to level up.
Are well and good, but magic is the true power in this world.
Alright, let's get our level up. We've done a lot of stamina recently. I am a little worried that our health might be a bit low, especially for some of the fights we're going into. I'm still going to go with stamina. I think stamina will also help us in combat. It won't be as obvious, but I think that's fine. Okay, what you got? Coins, yep. Norfolk gone into the palace of the kings upstairs. Let's talk to Galmar, or let's get some. I accidentally stole a tankard.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
I didn't mean to take it, guys. Come on.
Smart man. Now come along with us.
Alright, well, let's try that again.
Go fiddling with any Loxer.
Algrif won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
And what would you have me do?
If he's not with us, he's against us.
He knows that. They all know that.
How long are you going to wait?
You think I need to send Bolgraf?
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably
If by
true.
message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet.
Taking his city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think?
So we're ready to start this war in earnest then?
Soon.
I still say you should take them all out like you did dead King Torrig.
Torrig was merely a message to the other Jarls. Whoever we replace them with will need the support of our armies.
We're ready when you are.
Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not...
The people are behind you.
Many, I fear, still need convincing.
Then let them die with their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Galmar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms.
Alright, we'll let Ulfric have his moment again.
I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High King. But the day words are enough will be the day when soldiers like us are no longer needed.
I would gladly retire from the world, were such a day to dawn.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan. I'm not sure you belong here, friend.
Only the foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you?
You don't remember me? I was at Helgen.
Ah, yes. Destined for the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken.
Same as you. I helped Ralof escape. He said he'd vouch me. Yeah.
Ralof's alive. I hope that's true. He's a damn good man, but he hasn't returned yet. So I'll need to wait for his account. For now, speak with Galmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they made it out of Helgen. Seems we're all branded villains these days. So long as your criminal past stays in the past, and you fight for me with honor and integrity, we'll welcome you into our ranks.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
Okay, can I talk to you now, Galma?
Helgen, huh? Ulfric told us quite the story. If you made it through all that, you're likely worth something to me. But first, tell me, why's a Red Guard want to fight for Skyrim?
Don't like Falmor, don't like Imperials trying to kill me. I want to fight the Empire, I'll believe I have a chance to do so.
Can't fault anyone for that. As long as you hate the Empire as much as I do, that I can work with.
That's why I'm here, I want to join.
All right. But before I can put you to use, I need to know how much you can take. I have a little test for you.
What kind of test?
The kind men use to measure themselves. I'm sending you to Serpentstone Island. If you survive, you pass. If you die, well, you weren't going to be much use to me anyway.
What's at Serpentstone Island?
It's where men have tested their metal for ages.
Serpents, I guess.
Rock formation built by the ancients. Something about that place attracts the ice wraiths. You kill an ice wraith out there, and I'll have all the proof I need about you.
Kill an ice wraith? No problem. Does every recruit have to do this?
Only the ones I'm not sure about. This will prove your abilities, but more importantly, it will prove your commitment.
I'll have to kill that ice wraith. I'll be back soon.
We'll see about that, won't we? Here, take this. You need it. Use it on the island. Don't lose it. That's all the help you're getting. Try not to die.
Thank you. Elixir of Resist Cold, Ice Brave Bane added. And we've got this quest started, joining the Stormcloaks. Kill the Ice Wraith. So Ice Wraith Bane, poison damage. I guess that hurts Ice Wraiths. And Resist Cold, well that's self-explanatory. Is Galmar about to talk more to Ulfric? No.
What? We've got nothing to talk about until you come back from Serpentstone Isle. What?
Okay.
We've got nothing to talk about until you come back from Serpentstone Isle.
The Empire thinks it holds Valkyrie from us, but the souls of Skyrim's bravest are buried there and will fill our hearts and strengthen our blades.
Okay, you're heading upstairs.
I believe Galmar gave you something to do, so go do it. I believe Garmar gave you
Oh
something.
wait, you
to
won't
do, so
talk
go
to me
do it.
until
I believe Garmar gave you something to do.
I kill the ice wraiths?
What? We've got nothing to talk about until you come back from Serpentstone Isle.
Okay then. Oh, okay, Lydia. Come with me. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, this quest just becomes even more convoluted. Now, even to get Ulfric's help, we need to actually join the Stormcloaks and kill the Ice Wraith. So, not sure why it went there. Serpentstone Island be all the way over there. Okay. In that case, let's go to the College of Winterhold.
You know, they say knowledge is its own reward.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's no water down here. I didn't actually mean to do that. This is why we quick save. I'm glad I've gotten into that habit. Maybe there's a more suitable place to drop. Is that water? Alright, well, let's hope so. Nailed it. Got some clams too. I can do a leap of faith every now and then. Okay, we've got some hawkers. But they don't care as long as you don't approach them. So it's just... we really don't have to avoid them. Spiky grass pod. I'm pretty sure we have one. Also got ingredients here too somewhere. Yeah, we do. So we can eat you. You're gonna attack me? Okay, some warning growls. I hear you. Moutskis. Wolvies. Where was Septimus Cygnus's thing? Oh, over here. So that was more to the north, this is more to the east. Okay. Do you think this water's not cold enough to affect me in any way? Not many fish around here, huh? This is the serpent stone, I suppose. Can we discover it from underneath? Guessing not. Alright, we'll try and find ourselves a way up. Obviously not that way. Is that a mine or just... yeah, that is a mine. Corundum. Okay, let's do a save here, just in case this is one like super ice wraith that's gonna tear us apart. Alright, there is scripted ice wraith. Can I... oh, there's the deal. Finally, I was able to get up here. Yay, I proved my worth by having my follower help me kill the ice wraith. Awesome. And while we're here, we got the serpent stone. Once a day, those under the sign of the serpent can use a range paralyzing poison on opponents. Do we have a stone at the moment? I'm forgetting which one it is. It's magic. Active effect. No? Might as well get it then. Select the standing stone blessing. Well, that's proof we didn't have one before. Oh, neat. Alright, Galmar, you happy now? You're gonna help? Is Ulfric gonna talk to me now? Windhelm is the snowiest city in the province, not Winterhold?
There's no glory in war. It's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their lives. You one of those Skyrim for the Nords types?
Yes, outsiders like me have no place here. I think all folk should be welcome here.
And you're right, at least as far as I'm concerned. Don't let Ulfric or some of these other short-sighted Nords bother you. Most of us are happy to welcome newcomers.
Oh, that's nice. That dark elf called you... who called you a war hero? I can't remember. Ulfric doesn't care about outsiders?
Whenever a group of marauders attack a Nord village, Ulfric is the first to sound the horn and send the men. But a group of Dark Elf refugees gets ambushed, a group of Argonians or a Khajiit caravan, no truce, no investigation, nothing.
That ain't right.
There's a group of cutthroats out there right now that Ulfric doesn't lift a finger to bring to justice.
Let me guess, I'm doing it.
As long as they don't threaten Nord land.
What if I took care of these bandits?
That's a brave offer. I'd be happy to throw in my coin behind that. You deal with them. I'll make sure you get paid. Maybe this old soldier will throw in some lessons as well.
Alright. That dark elf called you a war hero. Uttering Hills Camp.
I killed a lot of high elves in the Great War, and I didn't die. I guess that makes me a war hero. The Great War. There was nothing great about it. Thousands died on both sides. And where did it get us? Did we really save the Empire? Or did we just plant the seeds for Ulfric's uprising? And another war.
Good point. Why help the Dark Elves?
Help the Dark Elves? Oh, you must have heard me.
I don't think I did
talking to
hear you
Malfear.
talking to Malfear.
The Dark Elves live in a run-down slum called the Grey Quarter. Ulfric's content to keep it that way.
Hmm.
I guess they think I can open Ulfric's eyes to their plight and get him to lift a finger on their behalf. I'm trying, but Ulfric is set in his ways. For him, there's two kinds of people in this world. Nords and the folk beneath them. Show those marauders what Windhelm justice tastes like.
Yeah, alright. I'm home.
Tell me again why we're wasting time and dwindling resources chasing a legend. We don't even know it exists.
The Jarls are upset. They don't all support you.
Damn the Jarls.
They demand the moot.
And damn the moot! We should risk letting those milk drinkers put Toryg's woman on the throne? She'll hand Skyrim over to the elves on a silver plate.
All the more reason, then. The crown would legitimize your claim.
A crown doesn't make a king.
No, but this one.
If it even exists.
It exists, and it will be the symbol of the righteousness of our cause. Think about it. The Jagged Crown. It heralds back to a time before Jarls.
Jagged
and
Crown?
moots.
Sounds like a quest for me, maybe.
The king was a king because his enemies fell before him, and his people rose because they loved him. Skyrim needs that king. You will be that king, Ulfric. You must be.
What you looking at me for?
You're certain you found it?
When have I ever been false with you?
Fine. I'll send the Unblooded here with you.
You mean me?
Fancy a crawl through a moldering dungeon to see if you can't stir up Garmar's jagged crown.
It will be there. You'll see. You're alive. I owe Ulfric a drink. I have to admit, I didn't think we'd be seeing you again.
You owe me a drink
I
too.
misjudged you. You're definitely Stormcloak material. It's time we made this official. You ready to take the oath?
I guess so. Isn't it enough that I want to fight Imperials? Oath? Are you saying you sent me out there to die? Oath?
Before you're one of us, you must swear fealty to Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, future High
Yeah, he
King
has
of
the same
Skyrim.
name. I get it.
You must also pledge unswerving loyalty to your fellow Stormcloaks, to Skyrim, and to her people.
Alright. I'm ready to take the oath.
That's the spirit. By swearing this oath, you become one of us, a hero of the people, a true son of Skyrim, a Stormcloak. Repeat after me. I do swear my blood and honor to the service of Ulfric Stormcloak,
I do swear my blood and honor to the service of Ulfric Stormcloak.
Jarl of Windhelm and true High King of Skyrim.
I wish there was an option to just, like, make fun of it, and then they hate you forever, but never mind. Jarl of Windhelm and true High King of Skyrim.
As Talos is my witness, may this oath bind me to death and beyond.
As Talos is my witness, may this oath bind me to death and beyond.
Even to my lord, as to my fellow brothers and sisters in arms.
Even to my lord, as to my fellow brothers and
All
sisters in
hail
arms.
the Stormcloaks, the true sons and daughters of Skyrim.
All hail the Stormcloaks, the true sons and daughters of Skyrim.
Now you're one of us, which means you get to tag along on a little trip with me.
I'm kind of busy at the moment.
And here, you're a Stormcloak now. You ought to look the part.
Alright, fur boots, Stormcloak, cuirass, fur gauntlets, hide helmet. I got a trophy for taking sides. What are your reasons for joining the war?
Reasons? Since when does a man need a reason to protect his family, to defend his homeland?
Well,
it's the damn Outlanders and Empire that need the reasons.
hasn't Skyrim always been part of the Empire?
Not this Empire. The world's better without it. Certainly Skyrim is. I fought in the Imperial Army in the war against the Dominion. I bled and spilled blood for the Empire. And for what? The Empire to bend its knee before those evil elf bastards? Signing a treaty meant to kill the heart of the Empire itself? To deny Talos? No. I will have no part of any such empire. And I will gladly gut anyone who says otherwise.
We can pull Haran's men from the south and find a bit of luck.
Of course. Something that seems to be in short supply these days.
I'm not seeking advice right now, friend. Just send a message.
Get yourself kitted out with what you need. Welcome to the fight, brother.
I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord
Okay.
Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
Let's talk more to Galmar. What is the aim of this war?
First, we'll kick the Thalmor and their bloody Imperial puppets out of the country. Then, we will rebuild Skyrim into the land she once was. When we are done with that, we will take our army to the Dominion and show those pointy-eared bastards. Not every man is fit to be their slave.
Alright, what's your mission?
I have found the final resting place of the Jagged Crown.
I don't know what it is.
Can you believe it? Well, I'm almost certain. We're headed to Corvinjun. But if old King Borgus is indeed buried there, we're bound to run into trouble of some kind. Your fellow Stormcloaks are already assembling outside the tomb. I'll meet you there as soon as I'm finished up here.
Alright. What's the Jagged Crown?
Have you not heard that ancient verse? Maw unleashing rays of snow, of dragons from the blue brought down, births the walking winter's woe, the High King in his jagged crown. Going way back to King Harald's time, or even before, the High King always wore the jagged crown. It was the symbol of his might and power. The crown is made from the bones and teeth of ancient dragons, and it is said to contain a portion of the power of every king who has worn it. True or not, who would dare deny Ulfric's claim when the legendary jagged crown sits upon his brow?
Probably not many people. How do you know it's in Corvinjund?
It's true. The location of the crown was lost with King Borgus after the Great Hunt killed him while he was off on his damned Alessian campaigns. But legend holds, his body was secretly returned to Skyrim and buried with the crown, its exact whereabouts lost in the following Wars of Succession. Through sources that shall remain nameless, I've tracked down what I believe to be the final resting place of King Borgus, Corvinjun.
Okay, all that.
If the crown exists, it will be there.
Alright, so all that just to say I'm not telling you. Anticipate danger?
Aye. The Great Hunt killed old King Borgus. Gods only know with what profane arts those elves cursed his remains. Curses notwithstanding, the tombs of kings are always full of traps to ward off grave robbers, are they not? But nothing a band of Stormcloaks can't handle, I assure you.
Okay.
Don't wait around for me. I bet I'll beat you to Corvinjun even though you start first.
Well, I'm not going there because I've got other things to do, my friend. Trying to take down big ugly dragon. So yeah, we don't want to be continuing on with this. We were just doing that. Okay, I'm not sure if we're allowed up here, but let's head to the Palace of the Kings upstairs. Oh, that reminds me, we've got a level up, don't we? Got a perk we can use. Light armor. Not much we can do at the moment. Sneak is an option. Alchemy. I mean, just health, magical, stamina versus anything. 40%. Restoration. Got apprentice, and we got, what was that for dual casting? Dual casting, it makes it more powerful. Yeah, let's go with that. I feel like in the fights to come, we're gonna need some good healing. I'm not entirely sure we should be here.
I used to be an adventurer like you.
Okay, no
Then I
one's
took an
getting
arrow in
mad.
the knee.
Alright, we'll just walk around then. No one's telling us, leave, get out, get out, get out.
Stay away from the Aretino residence. The place is cursed.
Okay, let's just heard about the Aretino residence again. Some Dark Brotherhood stuff going on there. Not our concern for the time being. Just enjoying my time looking around. Oh. Israel Thrice Pierced. Well, I wonder how we got that name.
Damn faithless Imperials. Fight or die well. Hey, unblotted. Next Imperial I see is dead. Keep your eyes open. We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to. Talos guide you. Talos guide you.
Alright. Good talk, buddy. And I guess this is the Jarl's room himself. See what he keeps around. Bone meal, interesting choice. Some salt. An empty chest. Yeah, a few books. We can't take them though, so no reading in here. Yeah, it's not that like much of a luxury place, considering this guy is the head of the Stormcloak Rebellion.
Why are you still here? You're supposed to be at Corvignon, proving Garmar right, or proving him wrong.
Oh no.
Why are you still here? You're supposed to be at Corvignon, proving Garmar right, or proving him wrong.
Okay, Mr. Stormcloak. So you're just gonna not do anything until I complete this entire Stormcloak
The
questline?
Imperials think us all lawless beasts. I'm proof of their ignorance.
Oh man. You sure are a tough nut to crack, Ulfric.
Disrespecting.
Alright, so we're gonna have to do another quest just to have a chance of progressing this quest. I feel like this is a bug. That Ulfric won't talk to you if you have a quest ongoing with Galmar. Okay, where is this Corvin? Okay, there he is. Corvignon. We've been to the Tower of Mazark, which isn't too far away. Alright, y'all. Hopefully this proves that I've earned the right to ask you to discuss peace. Protected. We're near. Is this a giant's camp? Yeah, I think so. Oh, we've got a dragon in the house. Or sort of in the house. Looks like I'm not the only one trying to take it down. Oh yeah, we got the whole Stormcloak army here. Oh yeah, we wreck this dragon. Let's change. Let's go back to fire breath. Oh yeah, you're dead now. Wow. Dragon didn't even touch me.
I knew you'd join us.
Oh, this is Rayloff.
We'll take back Skyrim together, eh?
Oh, Rayloff, you're about to see something you never would have thought.
This place chills my blood. I don't care who knows it.
What are you talking about?
These old ruins. My father always told me to stay away from them. Good advice, I'd say. Never mind all that. We've got a job to do, and nothing's going to stand in our way.
Yep, not even a dragon.
I believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Unfortunate. Iron battle axe. There's a lot. Probably have a lot of stuff here that's not really worth carrying. Oh, these shoes don't weigh anything, okay. Okay, well there we go for now.
By the gods, I don't even know what to say.
It may be dead now, but where did it come from?
I'll fight the entire Legion myself if they dare show their faces here. I had heard you died.
From who?
By the gods, I don't even know what to say. I don't think Galmar even knows my name. Probably because I'm not the Dragonborn.
Oh well. Ulfric knows your name.
By the gods, I don't even know what to say.
You ready?
You must be the new Unblooded. Welcome to the fight, brother. What are we waiting for?
You ready?
I don't know what we're doing here. Ulfric must have his reasons.
What, no one debriefed you?
You ready?
Keep a sharp eye out. Keep a sharp eye out.
Who are you? You're also a Stormcloak soldier. You just like showing your face.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let's go get him.
That's what I like to hear.
Can I talk to Ulfric afterwards? Is he gonna...
Listen up. Those Imperials aren't here by coincidence.
Oh, there are Imperials here?
Their spies must have found out we know about the crown, and they don't want us to have it. They won't stand in our way. I know some of you are ex-Legion, and may know men on the other side, but remember this. They are the enemy now, and they will not hesitate to kill you. Keep your wits about you, and watch your shield brothers back. Ulfric Stormcloak is counting on us to bring him back that crown. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Follow me, quickly and quietly now. I want their guts on the ground before they even know we're here.
No, we are fighting. Man, these guys are not very good, are they? Alright. I mean, there's some good stuff here. Okay. Fur boots, fur gauntlets, yep. We definitely have Stormcloak crest, don't we? Yep. Little present. Oh, yeah, okay. There's a bandit. Okay, lockpick, take that. I don't know how I missed these earlier. we got a lot of food again. Ooh, Amulet of Stendar. Block 10% more damage with your shield. Neat. Alright. I think that's pretty much everyone looted. Alright, in we go, I guess.
That's the way I like it. Short and bloody. They never knew what hit them. But do not make the mistake of underestimating the Legion. Plenty of them are Nords, same as us. We had the advantage of surprise this time, but things won't be so easy from here on out. Enough talk. Let's go kill some Imperials.
Alright, off we go.
Huh?
We can cook a little bit first, though, right? No, we can't.
Time to show what you're really made of. For Skyrim.
Ooh, that's pretty good. No, we don't have an iron warhammer. Damn it, I can't pick. Why do I have 5 of these? I should have put those away. What else can we ditch? Alright, I'll do for now. Alright, well, these guys clearly don't need my help. Jug of milk. Have one of those. Yeah. I mean, we'll take it anyway. Just because they're not looking for secret treasures doesn't mean I don't have to. Doesn't look like there's anything particularly here though. Okay, so that way is blocked. Down here we go. No one went in here. Door is barred from the other side. Okay, that's the exit, presumably. Okay. Oh, so they've already booped a bunch of guys. Fair enough. We'll take some beef. Nothing here, that's just the other side of that place. Soldier, healing. Chest. Lockpicking improved. Bit of money.
I don't like the look of this. Perfect spot for an ambush. 10 to 1, they're just waiting for us on the other side.
But there isn't any other way through.
Are you sure about that? Then please, be my guest. Go strolling on in there. We'll stay here. Watch your back. Not so sure. Oh, then perhaps we should take a moment to look around a little, eh? You there, unblooded. See if you can find another way through. We'll charge in to help as soon as we hear fighting.
Okay. Looks like I've got my task. But yeah, let's grab some loot, of course, while we're here.
some way to get through on the level above. Hurry.
Alright, slow your rolls. I'll get to it. I was already on the level above. So when do I become blooded, by the way? How many quests will it take? I'm not actually sure. Did I not go here before? I guess not.
Hear anything? No, but I know they're out there. No other way they can come. Now shut up, or you'll blow our ambush.
Oh, Kalmar called it. Oh, they found Lydia already.
Just a scratch.
Damn.
For the sons of Skyrim.
No.
Now you're just me.
Die, damn it.
I'll teach you to cross me.
Alright, done it. Sweet.
Careful, boys. There's bound to be more up ahead.
You guys don't even want to loot this place? Hmm. Oh, interesting. Got a skeleton with some gold and a book. Yornibret's Last Dance, a light armor book, 44 now. Lord Yornibret's Last Dance, traditional. Women's verse 1. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother, the Queen of Ribbon and her consort request their vassals come and cavort. On each and every ball, the first man at the hall is Lord Ogin Yornibret of Gaia, the curse of all of the maidens fair. Women's refrain, oh dear ladies beware, dearest, dearest ladies take care, for he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. Men's verse 1. At this social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances, and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet's wild report, and there could be no indecision, as the revellers took position. The first dance only ladies separate, away from such men as Lord Yornibret. Men's refrain. Oh dear fellows explain, brothers can you help make it plain? Man's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears, before the final tune's been blast, and the first dance with him will be the last. Woman's verse 2. Lord Ogin Yornibret of Gair, watch the ladies dance on air, the loveliest in the realm, a fellow in a ursine hide helm. Said the Queen of Rimmon and her consort have put together quite a sport. Which lady fair do you prefer? Lord Yornibret pointed, her. See that bosom bob and weave, well suited for me to love and leave. Women's refrain. Men's verse 2. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gair before the ladies' dance was ending, then a trumpet sounded, portending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the men to come to court. Disdainful passing over all the rest, Ogin approached she, a bobbing breast. She was rejected, save the life of woe, for a new maiden as fair as snow. Men's refrain. Women's verse 3. At the first note of the band, for beauty took Ogin's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to the tune about the marriage of the Queen of Rimmon and her consort. It is very difficult indeed to comport, with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing, dancing light as the sweetest of dreams, without a single squeak of the seams. Women's refrain, men's verse free. The rhythms rose and fell, no one dancing could excel. With masculine grace and syncopation, Lord Jornebret even drew admiration from the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, like a beauteous vessel pulling into port. He silently slid, belying the leather's weight. She whispered girlishly, the hour is late. I've never seen such grace in hide armour. It was a pity he knew he had to harm her. Men's refrain, women's verse 4. The tune beat was furious. He began to be curious. Where had the maiden been sequestered before this dance was requested? By the consort and his Queen of Rimmon, I didn't see you dance with the women. My dress was torn as I came to the dance, she said, smiling in a voice deep as a man's. My maids worked quickly to repair, while I wore a suit of hide, a helm of a bear. Women's refrain. Cool. And this is an empty chest. Alright, well, skeleton meat friend, you can have, can I get your hide helmet? Sure. Alright. Want to climb back up. This would probably work. Nice. Oh, I missed one, didn't I? Wait, his sword's here, so I can search him through here. Nice. Get to grab all of that stuff. There's nothing else really here. And there were steps right there, so I didn't need to bother climbing, but there we go. And look at that. Another chest. Oh, that's a very unfortunate pose. Ooh, catfish. Light boots. Yeah. Bunch of torture tools. Linen wrap. Have linen wrap. Nope. Just a regular bench. Cheese. Oh, there's a Draugr here? Okay. Okay, moving on. Where have they got stuck this time? Let me guess. A puzzle of some sort, and they can't use their brains. Oh no, they've just gone through the door. Into Corvinund Halls.
Oh.
Okay, they were just waiting for me. Have a ruined book? Wouldn't be fair, would it?
Talos might do better than that.
We do have to go some more. We've got some other Imperial armor that we probably don't need. Yeah, that was.
That's the end.
Iron shield, pretty sure we have it. Yep. More red books. Oh wait, what's this? Nothing we can grab. Alright, but we are starting to see some Draugr up in here. I hear traps. I don't think that Imperial guy did. Our guys didn't even bother trying. Alright, let's get Lydia to safety. Maybe she doesn't get hit by traps. Alright, that stops that. That was an amazing loot, but whatever. We move on.
The Hall of Stories. We must be getting close now.
Oh, I've heard of this. They say
I've
these
never
walls
seen
show the
anything
history
quite like
of the
that.
ancients who lived this place.
Too bad we can't read these carvings. Who knows what secrets we'd uncover?
One thing at a time. We are here for the crown. Any of these carvings show a crown?
Guessing this will be up to me.
Looks like this is as far as the Imperials got. Even if one of these pictures tells us where the crown is, I'm betting we're going to have to find a way through that door. See what you can figure out, Unblooded. I'm going to check out these carvings over here. Let me know if you find something.
Alright, I'll certainly check things out. And by that, obviously, I mean I'm going to loot stuff. And something's got to fund this war. Embalming tool. A lot of amulets of Stendar. Oh, well look, an ebony claw.
That looks like some kind of claw from a statue. I wonder what it's used for.
Gee, Galmai, wonder.
Maybe that claw has a clue on it. How to turn the ring so the door.
I guess if you haven't already done the main quest claw thing.
Have you always been that ugly?
Hey.
Keep a sharp eye out. There's no telling what we might run into in here. I long to be out there with my brothers. I can't remember the. I'll fight in. I have to admit, this is more. I don't know what we're doing here. Ulfric must have his reasons.
Alright, well, we don't want to guess wrong because we know what happens.
The Imperials are here in force. Stick together. The Imperials are here in force. Stick together.
Alright, well, we have a ebony claw, so let's have a look at it. So that fox, moth, dragon.
Good job.
Well, that's what happens when you bring someone with half a brain.
All right, everyone. Keep your guard up. No telling what we'll find out here.
So the Imperials didn't get further than this, so I guess from here on in it's Draugr House.
Come on, boys. Let's spread
I've got
out
a bad
and see
feeling
what
about
we've
this.
Oh no, Liz.
Unblooded. Do what
That
you
usually
do
means
best. See if you can find somewhere
this is going to be a war zone soon. You can already see some of these are shut now, but as soon as we trigger something, they're going to open up.
How's it going, Unblooded? You find anything yet?
Guys, you need to relax, okay? I'm doing my best.
See a lever anywhere?
Alright, cool. Thank you for all the hints. I am also looking for other things, not just the way out.
How's it going, Unblooded? You find anything yet?
Well, I'm guessing whatever we need is probably over there.
How's it going, Unblooded? You find anything yet?
Hey guys, look, there was a whole easy to find upstairs part. Ooh, expensive. Steel dagger. That's on a pressure plate. So... That's not what I meant to do. But if you remove this, then something should happen because it's on a pressure plate. It's like a trap somewhere, maybe? And no.
Keep looking, Unblooded. There's got to be some way to get that thing open.
Probably about, yeah, that's probably it. But look guys, there's also a chest. Arrows and gold. Cool.
How's it going, Unblooded? You find anything yet? That's done it. All right, boys, let's get it. We've got more. Come steady now. They may be uglier than Imperials, but they'll
Alright, Lydia, we need to join the fight, so I need to... Yep. I just need to grow up another helmet, and yeah, let's... Come on guys, these are just regular Draugr. Ancient Lord Battle Axe, what are we saying? Nope. We need to grab that, so we need to put the lock back.
On, let's see what... Down this way.
Maybe we gotta lose the dragon scales here. Maybe not. Potion of the Healer. Amulet of Mara. Restoration spells cost 10% less. Wow. Ancient Lord War... Ah, damn it. We need a Warhammer too. Yeah. Hate doing that, but not too much of a choice. Okay, final area, Corvinian Crypt.
Must be around here somewhere. Spread out. Keep your eyes open.
In other words, I'll find it. This looks like another Draugr ambush.
Hey, I found the crown over here on this corpse. Is this the one we're looking for?
Bail off. Get away from there.
Draugr White. Ooh, Draugr Death Lord. Alright, one-handed is getting buffed. Hey, we got him. Is that it? Nice.
Alright, get the crown off that Draugr.
Alright, not so fast. Let's have a look around. We're clearly in control of the situation, so we don't need to panic. Take this gold. Where's the Draugr? Do we have an Ancient Lord War Axe? Yes, we did. Wrap embalming tool, rune book. That's fine. So it was just a restless, a white, and a Death Lord. Ooh, word wall. Hello. That's a much better treasure. I feel it calling to me. Not just yet. We build up the suspense. Oh no, this is a way forward. Give me the word. Time, slow time. That could be handy. We've got plenty of souls, so we can just get one. Shout at time and command it to obey as the world around you stands still. Yeah, okay. Want to unlock it? Time. So yeah, freezing time could be very helpful in some situations. Ooh, they hid a chest behind here, did they? Perfect. Nice and easy. Okay, let's see what else our friendly Death Lord was carrying. Steel arrow, 2 gold, honed ancient Lord greatsword. Oh, we don't have one of those. Sorry, dragon stuff. So, there really isn't much else, is there? Chain crown. Deliver a crown to the Stormcloaks.
As quick as you can. Tell Ulfric he owes me a drink.
Why do you always get the
Stick
drink?
around here for a while and see if we can find anything else useful. Get to Windhelm with the crown as quick as you can. Tell Ulfric he owes me a drink. Get to Windhelm with the crown as quick as you can. Tell Ulfric he owes me a drink.
Well, just sure good we had a whole army to fight that Death Lord there. Is this back? Yeah, this door was barred before, but now it is open. Yeah, this guy has the easiest job of them all. Alright, we got a little bit more salt, didn't we? Make a little bit more apple cabbage stew. Right then, let's go not to... Yeah, let's not go straight to Windhelm, because we are very over encumbered. And we're still nowhere near done. Because Ulfric still has us running around. We're trying to get him to help us start a truce so we can do the main quest. But he won't talk to us until we do all this stuff with Galmar. I probably shouldn't accept the quest, but yeah. Right, let's do something else first. Yep. Bring me your stuff.
By my honor, I am at your command.
Oh, took the Forsworn bow again. Didn't mean to do that.
Let's get going then.
Damn it. Yeah, I need to be really careful about accidentally putting stuff in here. Because it's a pain to get back. Okay. At least go near the top? No. There's no way to scroll through this any faster either. There you go. Alright, yeah. Be more careful when dropping stuff. Okay, that works. Any new ingredients? Don't think so. Have any claws still a quest item? That's a bit weird. Why does it feel like I'm still carrying a lot? 175. Food, I guess. Apparel, weapons. Oh, I had 2 Imperial bows this whole time? Or did I give those to Lydia? I don't remember. That feels a little bit better. Still. Alright, well, let's do some alchemy. Couldn't do that much, actually. we'll go with this. Sure. Man, this is taking way longer than I thought, but yep. That's why when you make Skyrim videos, you have to try and budget as many as you can. Alright, there you go. Choosing stamina also increases your carrying capacity. See, I didn't realize this until I actually did
you
it.
should unload some of that unwanted gear.
Oh, you're telling me.
Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf.
Yeah, I figured that out for myself, but it's good to know eventually the game was going to tell me.
The Imperials have already dug into Whiterun.
Now I can
We're
talk to Ulfric properly.
Enough. We must. Its central position is key.
Okay. Okay, let's just talk to Ulfric. Let's just level with him, man. At Helgen, they said you shouted the king to death.
Not entirely true. Though not entirely false either.
Oh, thanks for clearing that
Any
up.
Nord can learn the way of the voice by studying with the Greybeards, given enough ambition and dedication.
You studied with the
My
Greybeards?
shouting Torg to the ground proved he had neither. However, it was my sword piercing his heart that killed him.
How goes the war?
The Imperials have already dug into Whiterun. We're wrested from them soon enough.
You kind of just said
we
that.
Must. Its central position is key.
Why are you fighting this war? You also said that earlier.
We're fighting because we're done bleeding for an empire that won't bleed for us. Untold numbers of Nords died defending the empire against the Dominion. And for what? Skyrim being sold to the Thalmor so the Emperor could keep his throne. We're fighting because our own Jarls, once strong, wise men, have become fearful and blind to the people's suffering. We're fighting because Skyrim needs heroes, and there's no one else but us.
Okay, I can ask him how goes the war again.
I'm not sure why Tullius is wasting his time trying to take Winterhold from us. But if he wants to throw his men away, I'll gladly accept that gift.
Oh, there's more of an update apparently.
The Empire's ravenous hunger for Skyrim silver makes them fierce. But rest assured, we'll win the Reach and wrest it from their greedy paws.
So they want the Reach / Markov too? Why did you kill the High King?
I killed Toruk to prove our wretched condition. How is the High King supposed to be the defender of Skyrim if he can't even defend himself?
Some call you a murderer, and what of his widow? Doesn't she claim the throne?
Indeed. Elisif has become Jarl of Solitude. Historically and conveniently home of the High King, backed by Imperial interests. But the Moot has not yet met to name her High Queen. And they won't. Not as long as I have any say in it.
Do you desire to be the High King?
There hasn't been a true High King in Skyrim for generations. For too long, he's been hand-picked by the Emperor, and given emphatic nods by milk-drinking Jarls addicted to Imperial coin. It's time we had a real High King, one of our own making.
Alright. How did you become the Jarl of Eastmarch?
My father, the Great Bear of Eastmarch, died during my imprisonment after the Markarth incident. I, his only son, forced to deliver his eulogy via letter I had smuggled out of prison. Such is the love of Titus Mead for his subjects.
That's the Emperor, by the way.
When finally set free, I returned to Windhelm and was greeted by a city in mourning. At one with my own grief and anger, clamoring in angry voices, calling out for justice, for war. They sat me on the throne. The throne of Ysgramor, the throne of my father. I only hope I can prove worthy of that honor.
Well, we'll see. Alright, here's the Dragon Crown. I believe you owe Galmar a drink.
Damn him. That old bear was right. Did you run into any trouble?
Nothing I couldn't handle is true. The Imperials are very ahead of us is true. Did we lose a lot of good men? I didn't see one dead Stormcloak soldier. The Imperials are very ahead of us.
Damn it. What were they doing there? Imperial spies are everywhere.
Ulfric's war axe added. Nice.
I trust you gave them a thrashing. Now then, I'm glad you're here. I have a message I need delivered to the Jarl.
Oh, that's to deliver to the Jarl of Whiterun.
Deliver this axe to Balgraf the Greater.
An axe? Yeah. Should I say anything to him?
Men who understand each other often have no need for words. There are but a few simple truths behind one warrior giving another his axe. Balgraf will know my meaning.
An axe?
Yes, an axe. How long have you been in Skyrim? Give the
Not
man
that long,
my
but
axe.
If he keeps it, I will bide my time. If he returns it to you, it means war.
Okay, well that makes a bit more sense. Understood.
Keep your wits about you. The Jarl of Whiterun is known for his temper.
Speaking of which, you'll be seeing him soon. Now, let's have a look at Ulfric's war axe. It doesn't look too different from most axes. But there you go. 22 damage. Pretty lame compared to the stuff I'm dealing with.
I thought I gave you something to do.
You did, and now I'm gonna try and give you something to do. Oh, how goes the war?
The Empire thinks it holds Valkyrie from us, but the souls of Skyrim's bravest are buried there and will fill our hearts and strengthen our blades.
I have a message from the Greybeards.
It's about time they turned their gaze from the heavens back to our bleeding homeland. What do they want?
They want to negotiate a truce until the dragon menace is dealt with.
I have the greatest respect for the Greybeards, of course, and the dragon attacks are a growing plague.
Didn't sound very respectful
But
earlier.
the political situation is still delicate. Not all the Jarls are fully committed to supporting me as High King. I can't afford to appear weak. I can't agree to this unless Tullius himself will be there.
Yep, I'm gonna fetch Tullius too. Politics be damned, Alduin has returned.
Alduin, the world eater of song and legend. If that's true, we're all doomed anyway. And if it isn't true, well, then the fight to free Skyrim goes on. Either way, I don't see the use in talking to the Empire.
Failed the speech check again. The Greybeards won't let the Empire take advantage of you.
You speak truly, Dragonborn. Sometimes the grubby business of politics clouds my eyes. Besides, it will be good to see High Hrothgar again.
So you'll come to the Peace Council?
Yes. I'll give Tullius one more chance to quit Skyrim with his tail between his legs.
Alright, I'll chat to the man.
I'll come to your council, but I doubt any good will come of it. I'll come to your council, but I doubt any good.
Well, that's good enough for me. Let's... Season unending. Yeah. And the Fallen, just in case. Oh. Okay.
What is it, Red?
What is it indeed? Alright, well we don't have to find Solitude since we've already found that. So we can just hop on over there to talk to General Tullius.
Divines bless you.
If you're heading
May
to the Blue
ground you
Palace,
walk
you
wake
might want to rethink that outfit.
Oh. So what should I wear to the Blue Palace?
You're really going to the Blue Palace? That presents an opportunity. If you are willing to wear one of Radiant Raymond's outfits and speak to the Jarl, I would not only pay you, but let you keep the outfit.
Sounds easy enough. I'll do it.
Good. Here's the outfit. Try to get Elisif's opinion on it, and if she likes it, mention it's from Radiant Raymond.
What's wrong with my outfit?
Nothing at all. It's very nice. If you want something with a little more style, however, you should come by our shop, Radiant Raymond. We could fix you right up.
Do you always insult people when you meet them?
It's not an insult, just an observation.
Heard that one before.
If I were walking around with a wound, I would want you to tell me to see a doctor.
That happens a lot for me.
Your outfit is something of an open wound, where attire is
Well,
concerned.
it protects me from dragons, so it's
Remember
fashionable enough for me.
raiment when you need a change of attire.
Alright. No trouble. Let's have a look while we're here. Radiant raiment, fine clothes. Cool. We won't do that just yet. We haven't been up here before, have we? Or maybe we have. Considering these barrels are empty. Well, the sacks aren't. Definitely need to consider the fact that we're carrying a lot of food. We might not need to be carrying a lot of food, but... Oh, salt is the important one. That lets us cook. Blue Palace is there. Solitude Guard. Who are these guys? Also Solitude Guards with slightly different armor. Carrots. Well, this is stealing. Okay, can't improve any. Oh, what do I need to improve? My weapons. Quicksilver. Okay. Good to know. Castle Dower. Oh, so I'm not really going to the Blue Palace. Okay, Dwemer History and Culture. Legend of the Red Eagle.
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on...
Oh yeah, totally.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
He has
That's
me.
not what my scouts report, sir. Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a
The winking skeever's got warm beds and cold mead. You look like you could use both.
Jarl Balgruf.
Balgruf refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops in his city. On the other hand, he also refuses to acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire, fine. Let Ulfric pillage his city.
General.
You people and your damn Jarls.
Sir? You can't force a Nord to accept help he hasn't asked for.
If Ulfric's making a move for Whiterun, then we need to be there to stop him. Draft another letter with the usual platitudes, but this time share some of your intelligence regarding Ulfric's plans. Embellish if you have to. We'll let it seem like it's his idea.
I'm just gonna go turn around and tell
Yes,
Ulfric
sir.
that.
You Nords and your bloody sense of honor.
Sir.
That wasn't very nice, Mr. Tullius. Alright, well... let's make ourselves at home, why don't we? Castle Dower Dungeon, okay. Just looking around while we're here. There's another alchemy lab.
You can sell off that junk at bits and pieces.
Alright, we can we can also do that with salt. Bunch of food. You can't grab from these barrels. Captain Aldis.
Yes?
How goes the training?
Their aim could be steadier, but they're battle ready.
Even if that battle is with a dragon?
Can any man hope to be ready for a dragon?
Well, I am.
They can but hone their skills and harden their hearts. The rest is up to the gods.
You were the one presiding over the execution.
Not my finest hour. Rogvir was a fine and honorable man.
So you think what he did was right?
No, I think he was entirely wrong. Rogger's execution was justified and necessary. Being honorable might make you a good man, but it doesn't make you right. Be a better world if it did.
Okay.
Keep my men in your prayers. They'll need them if they don't shape up.
I don't know about that, my man. You just all regular guards. Let me probably leave you alone.
Yes?
A bunch of potions, bunch of weapons and armor. I guess this is the armory, which for some reason you guys don't lock. Is this a cooking spot? No. Okay, we carry on exploring. Or do we just talk to Tullius now? You almost made me steal a skull, Lydia. I don't even know what on this map is not updated, but... what have you got? Display case. Legate Adventus Cassenius.
Damn Stormcloak rebels. Keep your guard up. Can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys.
I'm one of them.
Not sure you belong here, citizen.
Probably not.
What the rebels like to forget is that the Empire's what's keeping the Dominion out of Skyrim. Keep an eye out for trouble. It's only a matter of time. Stay sharp. Keep an eye out for trouble. It's only a matter of time.
Okay, let's talk to Legate
Something to report? The General and I have our disagreements, but he's the best hope for both the Empire and Skyrim.
Why do you fight for the Empire?
I am a loyal citizen of the Empire. My parents were legionnaires, and I followed in their footsteps. But more importantly, I am a daughter of Skyrim, and wish to see her made whole again.
So you have no problem with the treaty that bans the worship of Talos?
I'm a soldier, not a politician, and my personal beliefs are not yours to question.
Alright. Just ask a simple question then. What will it take to end the war?
I hope Ulfric will come to his senses, but I fear he's in too far to stop now.
He's not going to
Likely
stop.
only Ulfric's death or the overthrow of the Jarl supporting him will end this. Either way, much blood will be spilled. Until next time.
For you, just a guard.
What is it?
Many of my countrymen joined the rebels. They can't see the big picture. Skyrim needs the Empire as much as it needs us.
Make it quick. I get enough delays from politicians.
Alright, Tullius.
I trust this is something important.
How goes the war? You remember me? I wonder if can I ask him if he remembers me? He was about to execute me. Well, not him specifically, but, you know.
Controlling the Pale gives Ulfric a port town and takes the pressure off of Windhelm. But it's only a matter of time before it's back in our hands.
Okay.
There's not much up there, but if we can regain Winterhold, our proximity to Windhelm should keep Ulfric
so Winterhold
wary
just
and
a
wasting troops
stopping point for
garrisoning
Windhelm.
home. It's good we hold the Reach. Were the rebels to gain control, the silver mines would give them coin to hire more thugs and expand their violence.
It's weird how you're talking to like a general or someone, and they just tell you everything about what they're planning to do. They don't give any regard as to who I am or who I could tell. It's like, yeah, here's all the information. Here's exactly what we're planning, all the strategic value. Yeah, there you go. What will it take to end the war?
Ulfric's Stormcloak's head rolling away from his lifeless body.
You were close. How goes the war?
Hjalmarch is an important buffer zone between the rebel forces and the capital. Ulfric will try to break through it.
Is that Whiterun, I think? Hjalmarch? What's the Imperial Legion doing in Skyrim?
The Legion's always been here. Without us to keep order, the provinces would fall into barbarism and lawlessness. Especially Skyrim. Take, for example, Ulfric Stormcloak and his little rebellion. But rest assured, his days are numbered.
Have you always lived in Skyrim?
I'm originally from Cyrodiil, sent here at the request of the Emperor himself. I'm often ordered to places with problems that need fixing. Now, while I'm certain this is all terribly interesting to you, I have important matters to attend.
Oh. Yeah? Very important, General Tullius. I'm gonna try and top that with this request.
Make it quick. I get enough delays from politicians.
I have a message from the Greybeards.
The Greybeards? What do those old hermits want with me?
They're convening a peace council at High Hrothgar.
Why? There's nothing to discuss as long as that traitor Ulfric is in arms against his rightful emperor.
We need a truce until the dragon menace is dealt with.
They are getting to be a problem. But I wasn't sent to Skyrim to fight dragons.
Yeah, the dragons don't care.
My job is to quell this rebellion, and I intend to do just that. Dragons or no dragons.
Alright, let's try the persuasion check. The dragons are a bigger problem than the Stormcloaks right now.
I'll be the judge of that. Besides, by all reports, the Stormcloaks are suffering just as much as we are from these dragon attacks.
Okay, well, we tried. The best time to negotiate is from a position of strength.
True. A pause to consolidate our gains would be useful. And the Empire can afford to look magnanimous in victory.
You'll come to the Peace Council then?
Yes, fine. I'll come to this Greybeard Council. For all the good it will do.
Yeah, awesome.
Don't worry, I'll come to this Peace Council of yours. Don't worry, I'll come to this Peace Council of yours.
Alright, perfect. See you there, Tullius. Let's explore the rest of this place. Shields, okay. That goes outside. Chest, apples, potions, wardrobes, bit of lavender.
Stay sharp.
No doubt. Oh, quicksilver ingots. I could use those to improve my weapons. Oh, ruby. Biographies, ores. A bit random. Couple of books. Coin purse. Brief history of Empire. You're only on volume 1, whoever's sleeping here. You're well behind the times. Okay.
Damn Stormcloak rebels.
Yeah. Hate those guys, really. Okay, well, it's time to finally...
Greybeards have called a peace council at High Hrothgar. And can you believe it? Both Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius have agreed to go.
Wow, news travels very quickly around here. Right, there is a...
Sell off that junk at bits and pieces.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so back to High Hrothgar then. It's a cool looking Argonia. It's gonna be weird to have everyone in High Hrothgar. So we're gonna have Tullius, Ulfric. I wonder if the other guys are gonna come with. We'll see. Alright, Angir. Oh, I guess everyone's not here yet.
So, you've done it. Men of violence are gathered here, in these halls whose very stones are dedicated to peace. I should not have agreed to host this council. The Greybeards have no business involving ourselves in such matters.
This was the only way to get Balgruuf's help.
Yes. Which is why I allowed this violation of all our tradition.
Alright, Angir, we get it. I'm sorry.
Are pointless.
We're following your leader here. Parthenax is your
seat
leader.
At the council table, and let us see what wisdom we can find among these warriors of Skyrim.
I'm sorry about your traditions, but yeah.
Why delay? Please, take your seat so that we can begin. Take your seat, and we can begin. Why delay?
Yeah, why delay? Good point.
Arngeir, is it? You know why we're here. Are you going to let us in or not?
You're not invited here.
Oh, Delphine and Esbern have pulled up.
We have as much right to be at this council as all of you. More, actually, since we were the ones that put the Dragonborn on this path.
Were you? Hubris of the Blades truly knows no bounds.
Delphine, we're not here to rehearse old grudges. The matter at hand is urgent. Alduin must be stopped. You wouldn't have called this council if you didn't agree. We know a great deal about the situation and the threat that Alduin poses to us all. You need us here if you want this council to succeed.
Very well.
Alright, Esbern.
You may enter.
Smooth.
We must succeed here today. We must make them see the danger, Dragonborn. We must succeed here today.
Alright, what's Delphine saying?
What are we waiting for? We should get started. Alduin is only getting stronger. What are we waiting for?
Okay. Oh, everyone's... The gang's all here.
And so we meet again. But this time I know who and what you really
Hey, Owen.
I'll give you credit for boldness. But associating yourself with the Blades is a choice you will come to regret.
Really, is it?
I'm here to ensure that General Tullius does not exceed his authority. We should get started.
Alright, Balgriff's here too.
If you can arrange an end to the fighting, Dragon's Reach is at your disposal.
Sounds good to me.
We should get started. We should get started.
Alright, Tullius.
Is everyone here? Let's get this started. Don't worry, I'll come to this peace council of yours.
Please.
Don't worry, I'll come to this peace council of yours.
Oh, Jarl Elisif Affair, the potential High Queen of Solitude is here.
I'm here because it's required of me. But there's nothing to be gained by talking to that murderer.
Alright, yeah.
We all wait upon you, Dragonborn.
Stormcloak did kill your husband, fair enough.
I understand this council was your idea, Dragonborn. I'm afraid I don't hold out much hope for success.
Ah, no one's optimistic.
We should get started.
Please, take your seat.
Okay, Arngeir, I'm just chatting to everyone first.
I'm glad I finally got a chance to see this place.
Oh, there we go.
We should get started.
That's a bit more positive, Rick. I appreciate you.
We all wait upon you.
Galma?
When has any good ever come from talking to the Empire?
Well, hopefully this will be a good first time, right?
I don't know how you convinced Ulfric to talk to the Empire. Worse than a waste of time, if you ask me. I don't know how you convinced Ulfric to talk to the Empire.
I never thought
Worse
I'd
than a
ever
waste
willing
of
to
time, if you
stand in
ask
the
me.
same room with Tullius again. At least not without a weapon in my hand.
Appreciate you, man.
It's good to be back in High Hrothgar after all these years.
Yeah, see, that's positive.
I'd just as soon get this over with.
That's slightly less positive.
I'll come to your council, but I doubt any good will come of it. I'll come to your council, but I doubt any good will come.
What are we waiting for?
We must succeed.
Okay.
Why delay? Please, take your seat so that we can begin.
Okay, well, I get a nice little end
Now
seat.
that everyone is here, please take your seats so we can begin.
So I got Rick on my right, Galma on the... Sorry, Rick on my left, Galma on my right.
We have all come
No,
here in the spirit
you
of...
insult us by bringing her to this negotiation. You're Chief Talos Hunter?
That didn't take long.
Here, here.
I have every right to be at this negotiation. I need to ensure that nothing is agreed to here that violates the terms of the White Gold Concordat.
She's part of the Imperial delegation. You can't dictate who I bring to this council.
Please, if we have to negotiate the terms of the negotiation, we will never get anywhere.
Tell him,
Perhaps
Arngeir.
this would be a good time to get the Dragonborn's input on this matter.
By Ysmir's beard, the nerve of those Imperial bastards, to think that we would sit down with that Thalmor bitch. I say she walks, or we walk.
Alright. See, I don't like Helen Wynn. Obviously, she's part of the Thalmor. We don't like the Thalmor. They've been doing some bad things. But I do respect in a negotiation the right for both sides to bring whoever they need to bring. So, and I think it puts us in a stronger negotiating position. So I'm actually going to let Edelman stick around. What's the harm? Besides, Tullius doesn't really want her here either.
Maybe so. But bringing her here is a deliberate provocation. We need to show Tullius we won't be pushed around.
Let Tullius have his way on this. He'll have to give ground later. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said.
It feels like a mistake to me. But I'll bow to your judgment on this. But she is to observe, nothing more. We are not negotiating with her.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ulfric, why so hostile? After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
You know exactly... No. Not this time.
Now that that's settled, may we proceed?
One moment.
Here we go.
I just want to make clear that the only reason I agreed to attend this council was to deal with the dragon menace.
Okay, that's why everyone's here.
I have no authority to negotiate a permanent settlement, unless Ulfric is ready to sue for peace and turn himself over to Imperial justice.
Master Arngir,
We're here to arrange a temporary truce to allow the Dragonborn here to deal with the dragons, nothing more. We consider even sitting down to talk with these rebels more than generous.
Enough posturing, Tullius. If you came to talk, let's get on with it.
Fine.
Yeah, don't shout, Ulfric, though.
Are we ready to proceed?
By the way, know which side Balgruuf is sitting on.
Jarl Ulfric, this council is unprecedented. We are gathered here at the Dragonborn's request. I ask that you all respect the spirit of High Hrothgar, and do your best to begin the process of achieving a lasting peace in Skyrim. Who would like to open the negotiations?
Our terms are simple. Riften must be returned to Imperial control. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
By
Riften's a big one.
The stone's on this one. You're in no position to dictate terms to us, Tullius.
That's quite an opening demand, Tullius.
Ulfric, you can't be taking this demand seriously. We can hold Riften against anything the Empire can throw at it. Besides, Jarl Layla will never agree to...
Whatever I decide is in the best interests of Skyrim. Are we clear?
Yes, my lord.
Come on, Tullius. You can't seriously expect us to just hand over Riften at the negotiating table. You haven't been able to take it back yet. Why should we give it up now?
I am sure General Tullius does not expect something for nothing.
Of course not. What will you offer for Riften, Tullius? Some empty promises? Maybe some more Imperial...
Garamar's really not suited to being at a peace council, is he?
Jarl Ulfric, what would you want in return?
First, let me be clear. The Sons of Skyrim know from bitter experience that talking to the Empire is a waste of time. Or worse, Imperial promises are simply a way to lull you while they prepare a dagger for your back.
Aye, we haven't forgotten Markarth, Tullius.
But I accept the Dragonborn's invitation to this council, and I at least will negotiate in good faith. The council was your idea, huh? So tell us, what do you think Riften is worth?
Well, so you have to know a little bit about Skyrim to actually know what to say here. So the Reach is Markarth, so Markarth is currently Imperials, but they would have to give it back to Riften. I think that's probably a fairer trade. Morphel's like a smaller city, not the best. I would say, how about the Reach?
Yes, with Markarth in our hands, we'll be able to raid the Imperial supply lines out of Solitude.
You heard the
Did they not hear that?
We get Riften back. Now we'll see if there's anything behind your
Why do they stand up?
Think hard about your loyalties, brother. I expected better from you.
What?
I know how this works, Tullius. I've learned the value of Imperial promises the hard way. Never again.
Did I not say Markarth?
Skyrim will never again bow to your false empire. Let's go, Galmar. I should have listened to you in the first place.
You always were a fool, Ulfric.
Did I do something wrong there?
Than you are in the battlefield.
Stop! Are you so blind to our danger that you can't see past your petty disagreements? Here you sit arguing about nothing, while the fate of the land hangs in the balance.
Is he with you, Delphine? If so, I advise you to tell him to watch his tongue.
He is with me. And I advise you both to listen to what he has to say before you do anything rash.
Don't you understand the danger? Don't you understand what the return of the dragons means? Alduin has returned, the World Eater. Even now he devours the souls of your fallen comrades. He grows more powerful with every soldier slain in your pointless war. Can you not put aside your hatred for even one moment in the face of this mortal danger?
A very pretty speech. But what does
Shut
it have
up.
to do with the...
If he's right about Alduin, we both have just as much to lose here, Tullius. Remember that. Now, back to the matter at hand. You know as well as I do that we can't hand over Rift.
Did I not say give back Markov?
Sure you have something in mind.
Damn right we do.
You surrender Falkreath to us. Sid Gears.
I'm sorry, guys. I think I messed up. I think for some reason, like, the Markov thing didn't go through, and I really don't want...
So, I should not have agreed to host this council. Yes, but take your seat at the council table.
So,
and let us see what
Arngeir,
wisdom we
is
can
it?
find among these
You know why
warriors
we're
of
here.
Skyrim.
Are you going to let us in or not?
You are not invited here.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
You're not
guys,
welcome
but...
here.
Yeah, I think I
You
messed
have
up
as
with the
much right to be at
negotiation,
this
and I really
council
want to
as
do this the
all
way
of
I
us.
want to do it.
More, actually, since we were the ones that
I just need to be
began
careful not
the
to accidentally exit conversations.
Were you? Hubris of the Blades truly knows no bounds.
Delphine, we're not here to rehearse old grudges. The matter at hand is urgent. Alduin must...
Maybe I didn't do something wrong, but I just
You
want to be
wouldn't have called
100% sure.
If you didn't agree. We know a great deal about the situation and the threat that Alduin poses to us all. You need us here if you want this council to succeed.
Yeah, we're good.
Very well. You may enter.
Great.
And so, I'll give... I'm here to... We should get started.
We should get started.
Is everyone... Don't worry, I'll come to this peace council of yours. Don't worry, I'll come to this
I'm
peace
here
council
because
of
it's...
yours.
I understand this, Count. We should get started.
I'm glad we should get started.
When has it? I don't know how you convinced Ulfric to
I
talk
never
to the
thought
Empire.
it's good to be
Worse
back.
than a waste
I'd
of
just
time
as
if you
soon
ask
get this
me.
over with.
What are we should get... What are we waiting for?
We must succeed here today.
What are we waiting for?
We must succeed here today.
Okay. Save, and let's...
Now that everyone is here, please take your seats.
Problem is we have to sit
so
through
we
all of
can
this again.
I hope that we have all come
No.
here in the spirit
You
of...
insult us by bringing her to this negotiation? Your chief Talos hunter?
That didn't take long.
Here, here.
I have every right to be at this negotiation. I need to ensure that nothing is agreed to here that violates the terms of the White Gold Concordat.
She's part of the Imperial delegation. You can't dictate who I bring to this council.
Please, if we have to negotiate the terms of the negotiation, we will never get anywhere. Perhaps this would be a good time to get the Dragonborn's input on this matter.
Alright, talk to me, Ulfric.
Like, to think that we would sit down with that. Well, maybe so. But bringing her here... It feels like a mistake to me. But I'll bow to your judgment on this.
Yep, thank you.
But she is to observe, nothing more. We are not negotiating with her. Is that clear?
Ulfric, why so hostile? After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
You know exactly.
Yeah, well, you made your bed, Empire.
Now that that's settled, may we proceed?
One moment.
Here we go.
I just want to make clear that the only reason I agreed to attend this council was to deal with the Dragon Menace. I have no authority to negotiate a permanent settlement, unless Ulfric is ready to sue for peace and turn himself over to Imperial justice.
Master Arngeir,
We're
are
here
you
to
going to
arrange
just
a
let him
temporary
continue
truce to allow the Dragonborn here to deal with the dragons. Nothing more. We consider even sitting down to talk with these rebels more than generous.
Enough posturing, Tullius. If you came to talk, let's get on with it.
Fine. Let's get this over with.
Are we ready to proceed? General Tullius, Jarl Ulfric, this council is unprecedented. We are gathered here at the Dragonborn's request. I ask that you all respect the spirit of High Hrothgar, and do your best to begin the process of achieving a lasting peace in Skyrim. Who would like to open the negotiations?
Our terms are simple. Riften must be returned to Imperial control. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
By Talos, the stone's on this one. You're in no position to dictate terms to us, Tullius.
That's quite an opening demand, Tullius.
Ulfric, you can't be taking this demand seriously. We can hold Riften against anything the Empire can throw at it. Besides, Jarl Layla will never agree to...
I decide is in the best interests of Skyrim. Are we clear?
Yes, my lord.
Come on, Tullius. You can't seriously expect us to just hand over Riften at the negotiating table. You haven't been able to take it back yet. Why should we give it up now?
I am sure General Tullius does not expect something.
I guess we'll see.
Of course not. What will you offer for Riften, Tullius? Some empty promises? Maybe some more Imperial bluster?
Enough, Galmar.
Jarl Ulfric, what would you want in return?
First, let me be clear. The Sons of Skyrim know from bitter experience that talking to the Empire
save here
is
as
a
well.
waste of time. Or worse, Imperial promises are simply a way to lull you while they prepare a dagger for your back.
Aye, we haven't forgotten Markarth, Tullius.
But I accept the Dragonborn's invitation to this council. And
There's
I
a seat for you too,
negotiate
Lydia.
in good faith. The council was your idea, huh? So tell us, what do you think Riften is worth?
Okay, let me try and do this properly. How about the reach?
Yes, with Markarth in our hands, we'll be able to raid the Imperial supply lines out of Solitude.
You heard the man, Ulfric. We get Riften back. Now we'll see if there's anything behind your fine words.
Think hard about your loyalties.
Oh, so I did do the right
I
thing.
expected better from you.
Damn it, this was a waste of time.
I know how this works, Tullius. I've learned the value of Imperial promises the hard way. Never again. Skyrim will never again bow to your false empire. Let's go, Galmar. I should have listened to you in the first place.
You always
So I think because we let Ellenwyn stay,
better at diplomacy than you
they
are
feel
on the
like
battlefield.
this was more towards the Imperials.
Are you so blind to our danger that you can't see past your pitiless agreements?
I didn't have the option to give them
Here
more
you
than
sit
Markov.
arguing about nothing, while the fate of the land hangs in the balance.
Is he with you, Delphine? If so, I advise you to tell him to watch his tongue.
He is with me. And I advise you both to listen to what he has to say before you do anything rash.
Don't you understand the danger? Don't you understand what the return of the dragons means? Alduin has returned, the World Eater. Even now he devours the souls of your fallen comrades. He grows more powerful with every soldier slain in your pointless war. Can you not put aside your hatred for even one moment in the face of this mortal danger?
A very pretty speech. But what does
Shut
it have
up.
to do with the...
If he's right about Alduin, we both have just as much to lose here, Tullius. Remember that.
Yay,
Now,
back at the table.
to the matter at hand. You know as well as I do that we can't hand over Riften on these terms.
I'm sure you have something in mind.
Damn right we do.
You surrender Falkreath to us. Sidgeir steps down, and Dengir of Stun resumes the Jarlship.
Where do these demands stop, Ulfric? Do you expect me to surrender all of Skyrim?
It seems I have no choice but to let the Dragonborn decide. Although I'm starting to doubt your fairness.
What?
What say you, Dragonborn?
Yeah. You guys get Falkreath.
Spoken like a true son of Skyrim. I suppose that's the fairest
I
deal
am
we're
obviously
likely
going to be
get.
biased.
It seems we may have an agreement. Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, these are the terms currently on the table. Riften will be handed over to Imperial control. Jarl Lela Lawgiver will step down, and Maven Blackbriar will become the Jarl
Fat
of
Blackbriar one that we met at
The
Element's
Empire
party.
will withdraw its troops from the Reach, allowing Ulfric's forces unhindered access to Markarth. Jarl Igmund will go into exile, with Thongvor Silverblood taking his place as Jarl of Markarth. Falkreath will be turned over to Ulfric, and Dengir of Stun will return as Jarl. You both agree to this?
The Sons of Skyrim will live up to their agreements, as long as the Imperials hold to theirs. What about you, Elisif? Are these terms to your liking? Speak up! I'm sure General Tullius is waiting to do your bidding.
I have nothing to say to that murderer. General, you've proven yourself a good friend to Skyrim. I continue to trust that you will do your utmost to safeguard our interests.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. I appreciate your loyalty. The Empire can live with these terms, yes, for a temporary truce, until the dragon menace is dealt
Yeah,
with.
you guys got the benefit,
After
I think.
that, Ulfric, there will be a reckoning. Count on it.
Now that the Empire has been driven from the Reach, we can put a stop to the raping of her silver mines.
So that's the way to put it.
In Skyrim. Come on, Galmai.
Elven Sword of Ice. Where did I get that?
This is quite an achievement, Dragonborn. And General Tullius. Riften is ours.
Jarl Balgruuf, I assume you are familiar with the Dragonborn's plan?
Yes, I'm ready to do my part. Just say the word, and my men will help you spring this trap.
But the difficulty remains how to lure a dragon to Dragon's Reach at all.
Well, that's an excellent question. You haven't overlooked that little detail, have
Yeah.
you?
Well,
I believe I can be of help here. I anticipated the problem. While you were arranging this meeting, I was busy in the Library of Skyrim.
my man Esbern.
An unguessed trove of lost lore. But the important thing is that the Blades recorded many of the names of dragons they slew. Cross-referencing this with Delphine's map of dragon burial sites, I believe I've identified one of the dragons that Alduin has raised up.
This guy's got it. How does that help us?
Don't you see? The names of dragons are always 3 words of power.
That's a pretty good
Shouts.
observation.
By calling the dragon
Alduin,
he will
Parthenax,
hear you wherever he might be.
Saloknir. Yeah. Already come when called.
He's not compelled to, but dragons are prideful by nature and loath to refuse.
Oh, so I'm basically taunting here.
Your voice in particular is likely to intrigue this dragon after your victory over Aldrin. I think it's very likely that he will be unable to resist investigating your call.
So what's this dragon's name?
Indeed. I'm no master of voice, like these worthy gentlemen, but it is written here.
The Esbern's nice to the Greybeards.
Odavin, winged snow hunter.
Well, I'm Snowflake, so I guess.
I hope this truce gives you what you need. It won't last.
Alright, good talk, guys. Oh.
We know about Parthenax.
Oh. Turns out he's a dragon, but he helped me.
That's fine. We needed his help. Now we don't. And it's long past time for him to pay for his crimes.
Oh.
And he's not just any dragon. He was the right hand of Alduin.
Was he?
He committed atrocities so infamous they are still remembered thousands of years later. He needs to die. He deserves to die. and it falls to you to kill him.
But
Until
Parthenax
he's
is
dead.
cool.
Well, I'm sorry, but we would dishonor our oaths as blades if we continue to help you.
About Parthenax?
Make your choice, Dragonborn. You're either with us or against us.
Why does he need to die?
Here's the big picture. He helped Alduin enslave our ancestors. He may have betrayed Alduin in the end, but that makes him worse, not better.
Not
We
sure
can't
I
afford to give
agree with that.
Parthenax the opportunity to betray us in turn and return to his old master.
I mean, I see your point, but the fact that he turned against Alduin is not a bad thing, like, however you look at it. Alright, well, everyone's already left. They're trying to get as quickly as possible away from the scene of the Peace Council. But yeah, we've just altered the political landscape of Skyrim. Riften now belongs to the Imperials. Markarth and Falkreath now belong to the Stormcloaks. And they seem to both agree in the end.
We have nothing to talk about until Parthenax is dead. Do the right thing. Parthenax deserves to die.
Well, I'm not thrilled about that, if I'm being honest. Okay, we're fallen, so yeah, we need to prepare the trap for Odahviing now.
We have nothing to...
What's this elven sword of ice? Why did I get given this? And it's not bad, 15 points of damage, frost damage to health and stamina. I'll take it.
Parthenax is dead.
It'd be funny if the Stormcloaks gave this to me for my help. Oh look, everyone's running down there. Let's try and catch up with them. Legate?
The General and I have our disagreements, but he's the best hope for both the Empire
Make
and
it quick.
Skyrim.
I get enough delays from politicians. We need to stem the flow of silver to the rebellion. Until we retake the Reach, the Stormcloaks will plunder its mines to fund further violence.
Alright.
Go on, get out of here.
Esben, do you have any thoughts about
Yes?
Parthenax?
What is it?
How can we lure a dragon to Dragon's
Shout for
Reach?
Odahviing from the Dragon's Reach courtyard. After that, it's up to you.
Where is Alduin gone?
Haven't you been listening to me?
Yeah, I know.
All the old tales agree that he has some means to travel to Sovngarde himself. There, he devours the souls of the heroic dead to feed his power. You must find his portal to Sovngarde before he returns stronger than ever.
Parthenax, you want to kill him too?
Justice can be harsh, but it is still justice. Parthenax deserves to die.
Why does he need to die?
Parthenax was the author of many atrocities during the Dragon War. Crimes great enough to be remembered for thousands of years. True, he turned traitor to Alduin and helped overthrow the Dragon Cult, but that does not excuse or expiate his previous deeds. Whether or not he has truly repented or merely acted to save himself, justice demands that he pay with his life. That's all.
Apparently. Yeah, so that's going to be a dilemma. We know the Blades and the Greybeards never liked each other, but didn't think I was going to have to end up deciding whether I was going to kill Parthenax or not.
Make it quick. I get enough delays from politicians.
I did kind of want to see what everyone else had to say about the whole deal. The Stormcloaks left pretty early.
As soon as I get back to Whiterun, I'll get my men ready. As soon as I get back to Whiterun, I'll get my men ready.
Alright. And when standing very close to the High Queen.
My duty is simple. Oversee the Thalmor Justicians and make sure they perform their duties admirably. The Empire, in its wisdom, has come to recognize Talos worship as a barbaric remnant of a bygone age. Talos was a heroic man, but not a god. It pains the Altmer that we must remind our younger cousins of the difference. We only want what is best for Tamriel. Surely the rebels will accept peace when they realize this. I could swear I've seen
You remembered me a second ago, Alan. Alright, can we catch Elisif? Yeah.
If you have business, please see Falk Firebeard, my steward. With the passing of my dear husband Torrig, the weighty position of Jarl has fallen to me. Please direct questions to my steward.
Why did Ulfric kill your husband?
Because that's what traitorous cowards do when they desire power. Ulfric coveted the High King's throne. He thought he deserved it more than Torrig. And so he came before my husband and he shouted. With that terrible voice. Like something out of a legend.
You know I shout too, Elisif.
When Ulfric unleashed such fury, my husband, he simply ceased to be. That is all I will say. For it grieves me to speak of it.
Are you the High Queen of Skyrim?
Not yet, no. Although it is true my husband Torrig was the High King, and I am his widow. Now is not the time to lay claim to such a title. This land is riven by war, and her people suffer for it. The Stormcloaks are a blight on Skyrim, and like any blight, must be purged. Only then will I take my rightful place as High Queen.
Interesting. Do you trust General Tullius?
A question I am all too familiar with. One my very thanes ask often. They worry that Tullius is so focused on the war that he risks forgetting what's best for us.
That's the vibe I get from him.
The real irony is that, while General Tullius is certainly no Nord, the people of Skyrim would be lost without him. Trust is always difficult, especially for my people. Yet we must trust in Tullius's leadership. For what other choice do we have?
Well, the no other choice angle doesn't mean you trust him, it just means you have to take the risk.
Be well. Pray
Do
for
the right
solitude
thing.
and my
Arthur
husband.
deserves to die.
Yeah, Delphine, I'm dealing with something else at the moment. Okay, well, let's head... It's Dragon's Reach we're going to, right? Yeah, let's go over there. And let's take on this dragon.
The Greybeards have arranged a truce between the Stormcloaks and Imperials. How long can such a thing last?
Hopefully long enough. Okay, Irileth's not here either, so I guess the crew's all outside. Oh, the kids are up.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists.
Absurd that you can't cook good sweet rolls. In the ski
Well, you're not going to shoo me off, Dagny?
I'm
Another
so angry,
wanderer
I can hardly
here to lick
stand
my
it.
father's boots. Good
Father
job.
promised me a new dress days ago.
And she's
Now
spoiled
where
too.
is it?
It takes a
Absurd
while to
that
make
you
a
can't
dress,
cook good
Dagny.
sweet
You have to be
rolls.
patient.
In the ski, but I don't want to be patient. I want my dress
Oh,
right
this is
now.
dialogue.
Father promised.
All you ever do is complain about what you want. You're a spoiled
Ooh,
baby.
for a far.
I'm going to tell Father you said that. He'll tan your hide for sure.
Yeah. She needed to hear that for a while. Good job. Dragon's Reach Great Porch. We haven't been here, have we? But here it is. Oh yeah, this looks like a kind of place where you would potentially hold a dragon. Oh, what? Well, I'm in the right place, but no one else seems to be. Lydia, what's up? Do you know what's taking everybody so long? Let's do it like a hard save just in case something's gone very wrong. Can I just wait an hour? Oh, now we have to go back inside. Okay, I guess we have to talk to the Jarl first before we go up here. Or is he on his way up?
Hail the Dragonborn.
Oh, who said that? Seriously, who said that? Hey, everybody.
All this standing around is rubbish. We should be I'm not a man. I'm a weapon in human form. Just unsheath.
Come to Dragon's Reach. Take a look.
We're not rolling in money exactly. Bound battle axe. Bound sword. Calm. And fury. Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to afford anything else, right?
You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Win.
I did. I already know it. Damn it. I already know it. Well, I guess we have a copy of the books now.
Absurd that you can't get good sweet rolls in the skeever hole of a city.
Can we meet this dude? Commander Caius.
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun. My boys will keep you safe. Don't you worry. You're not thinking of causing trouble here in this beautiful city now, are you? Because I'd strongly advise against such foolishness. Yes? What is it? Yes? What is it?
Okay. Good to know.
We're ready, Dragonborn. Just say the word.
Are you ready to spring the trap on the dragon?
As I promised, my men stand ready. The great chains are oiled. We wait on your word.
Well, my word. I'm ready. Let's go trap a dragon.
My men know what to do. Make sure you do your part. I'm putting my city in your hands.
Okay. Cool Odaving to Dragon's Reach.
We're ready when you are.
Oh, you're joining the battle too?
Go ahead and call this dragon of yours. We're ready.
We'll see. Let's switch to Cool Dragon.
Go ahead and call this dragon of yours. We're ready.
Odaving.
You do have a plan for luring a dragon here, yeah?
Did I not just do it? Yeah. Are you just gonna stand there with your arms crossed?
Hear that?
So. Oh well. There's a dead card. Alright, we'll grab all of those.
Steady. Steady now. Keep under cover until it's down.
Alright, he hurts a little bit. I can do a super heal, so I'm good. Maybe we can we Dragon Rend him? I missed, didn't I? And I'm hurt. Doing good damage. Did you say my Foom is no match for his? Alright, you want to play the fire breath game? Oh! Well, that ain't good.
You do have a plan for luring a dragon.
Oh, we have to
here.
start again. Oh. Okay. Got a little bit cocky. Thought I had some more time to heal. I did not. Alright. Come on, dragon.
Go ahead and call this dragon of yours. We're ready.
I did. In fact, that's actually this favorite dragon rend because that's also going to be useful. Yeah, that guard just dies. Fair play to Balgruuf for joining the front lines himself. Yeah, we did a lot more damage this time. Alright, there we go. Fine, yeah, let's just make sure. Heal. Nice and quick. Wait, how is it on full health? What? Yeah, this happened last time, didn't it? Like, for some reason, he was just back to full. Yeah, maybe we eat some food now. Yeah, some apple cabbage stew sounds great. I'm not trying to hide, I'm slashing away. One-handed increased. Alright, we didn't want to kill it, obviously, we just wanted to capture it. Can I talk to you? Oh, you're still fighting. Oh, what's going on? Why is his health resetting? This time? He's down. Wait, what? I don't understand. Oh, okay, so he's just gliding across. Is he... Oh, we got him. The dragon's finally stopped. Okay, there we go. Bit of a glitchy one, but...
Caught like a bear in a trap.
Or a dragon in a trap.
Zokfrini grin kogra drunviki dovakin.
Because it's still not just breathe fire on us.
I forget. You do not have the Dova speech.
Hey, I'm learning.
My eagerness to meet you in battle was my undoing, Dovahkiin. I salute your low cunning.
It wasn't really that advanced a strategy.
Stratagem. Zu'ubonar, you went to a great deal of trouble to put me in this humiliating position. In Sir Alduin, no doubt you want to know where to find Alduin.
If you knew this was coming, why would you come here? That's right, where is he hiding?
Renik Vaza, an apt phrase. Alduin Boval. One reason I came to your call was to test your Thuum for myself.
And?
Many of us have begun to question Alduin's lordship, whether his Thuum was truly the strongest. Among ourselves, of course. Muni Mae, none were yet ready to openly defy him.
You were telling me where to find Alduin?
Once Lord Croesus, innumerable pardons, I digress. He has traveled to Sovngarde to regain his strength, devouring the Silesur, the souls of the mortal dead, a privilege he jealously guards. His door to Sovngarde is at Skuldafn, one of his ancient fanes high in the eastern
He really do be feasting on the dead. Sovngarde's like Nord Heaven.
I surely do not need to warn you that all his remaining strength is marshaled there. Zuulost ofan Hinlan. Now that I have answered your question, you will allow me to go free?
Do you promise to serve me?
Serve you? No. Need id. If and when you defeat Alduin, I will reconsider. Croesus. There is one detail about Skuldafn I neglected to mention.
Alright, well, go ahead. Tell me what you know then.
Only this. You have the Thuum of a Dova, but without the wings of one, you will never set foot in Skuldafn.
See, that's very important.
Of course. I could fly you there, but not while in prison.
You get to ride a dragon.
This.
Well, we've completed the Fallen, and the World Eater's Eyrie has started. Let's just be nice. I mean, we need him to get to Skuldafn, he knows that, so fine, I'll set you free if you promise to take me to Skuldafn.
Onikan Korav Gain Mirad.
Yeah.
It is wise
That's
to
exactly it. We only
recognize
have
when
one
you
choice.
only have one choice. And you can trust me. Zuni Tarudis. Alduin has proven himself unworthy to rule. I go my own way now. Free me.
Oh, Farangard's here.
I will carry you to Skaldafin.
Incredible. Sir, you have no idea how long I have waited for such an opportunity. I would be most appreciative if you would permit me to perform some, tests on you, purely in the interests of the advancement of knowledge.
Be gone, mage. Do not test my promise to the Dovahkiin.
I assure you, you will not even notice me. Most of them are hardly painful at all to a
Farangard's like, I've got a dragon to experiment on now. So is he actually gonna start doing stuff to Odoving? Gotta see this.
Surely you wouldn't miss a few scales, or a
There's
small
plenty of
amount
blood there, look.
Jume, what are you doing back there?
I don't remember this interaction at all. Alright, don't burn the castle down. Farangard. My man. Oh. Should we just let him go? Have we glitched him? Okay. Okay. So I guess the only thing left to do would be to fly away. Yeah, set Odoving free. How about we do that in the next episode, because this one has been another really long one. Let's go back to Riverwood, because we're not quite ready to go yet. Now there's a real horrible creature.
In the ancient tongue, you are Dovahkiin, Dragonborn.
I'm aware of this.
Drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of aggression is just.
Yeah, let's check in if we had anything.
We'll try.
Okay, that's a quest item. Where was that extra treat? Long taffy treat. I'm pretty sure we didn't have one of those before. Alright, we'll keep the rest of the food. Don't need the ebony claw. Still feels like we're carrying way too much. Am I missing something? Or are quest items actually like weighing us down here? That would be very annoying if that was the case. Whatever, we'll go. By the way, for the next quest, since you are going to, like, you're basically going to a place, then going to Sovngarde, there's actually, like, no way, there's no way back once you start, so you need to take everything you want with you. We do have a lot of food, but we may need a lot of food.
the Stormcloaks and restore what we own.
But yeah, that will be the end of the episode. We made it in the end. I did not expect it to take this long at all. We completed a few quests. What I wanted to do was the quest for Fallen, so we needed to get Jarl Balgruuf's help. So yeah, after I defeated Alduin on the top of the throat of the world, he fled from me. One of his dragon allies may be able to tell me where he's gone. With the help of the Jarl of Whiterun, I've tracked the dragon Odahving in Dragon's Reach. Odahving revealed that Alduin's lair is located in the ancient temple of Skuldafn, which is only accessible by air. Odahving has offered to take me there in return for his freedom. But of course there was a lot more to that. Balgruuf refused to open Dragon's Reach up to us until we negotiated a truce between the Stormcloaks and the Empire. And to negotiate a truce with the Stormcloaks and the Empire, we had to officially join the Stormcloaks, and we had to do 2 quests for them. Kill the Ice Wraith and get the Jagged Crown, which we did. Then we had to go and convince General Tullius. Then we had to negotiate the truce, where the Blades, the Greybeards, Elenwen, the Empire, and the Stormcloaks all got into a room and hashed things out. Riften went to the Imperials, Markarth and Falkreath to the Stormcloaks. We negotiated a truce. Then Jarl Balgruuf agreed to help us, and we called the dragon Odahving. We beat it in battle, and we've trapped it, and it's agreed to help fly us to Skuldafn, which will help us get to Sovngarde, where Alduin currently is. Yeah, we'll be doing the World Eater's Eyrie in the next episode. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this one. It was another long one. There was a lot of book reading as well, which also made it longer. But yeah, we learned a lot. Hope you enjoyed. And I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.